Hello, my dear friends. How are you all? What's going on? So, again, the moment came where we have to take the flight to reach somewhere in career skills. So, here I am welcoming you all to a very interesting and amazing course. In this course, you will learn a complete idea or a complete concept to create a headless application using Laravel and WordPress. So we'll use Laravel for front-end like blade template files to create our UIs, and for back-end logics and communication we'll use WordPress APIs calls. So please try to sit belt for approximately 4 hours of this course to reach our course destination where we'll go from a very basic idea to create a wonderful application. And one more thing, that this course I have created for you with my lots of efforts, with love, and obviously by a well structured planning. So please give me a thumbs up to this video, subscribe to this channel and share this video as much as you can in your circle so that everyone at least get a chance to get something from this. Now let's move to our first question of this course before learning from this. So first thing first, here we have a very basic question in our mind is that what is a headless application? So before going further, let me give you a very basic understanding between a normal application and a headless application. So if suppose we are creating any application using PHP and MySQL, we can see here like we have all the front end, all the back end like inside that complete application. So if we have something like this, so it will be a normal application, it will be a very basic application. But if suppose our front end is of a different setup and backend is of different setup, so this will be headless application. So for example, if suppose we are creating any application where we are using HTML for front end and some API calls to go and interact with our backend, so in that case, this will be a headless application. Now let's go to its definition. So a headless application refers to a system or an application architecture where the front end, like the user interface, is decoupled from the backend, and backend is nothing the server side logic. This allows for greater flexibility in how and where application content or functionality is delivered. In a headless setup, the backend, like the headless part, typically exposes the content, data, or services through an API, for example, RESTful or GraphQL APIs, and the front end that can be built using any technology or any framework. So here inside this complete course, entire journey will create our UIs, user interfaces by using the concept of Laravel blade template files using HTML, Tailwind CSS and some piece of jQuery code. So by combining all these things, we'll create and generate some UIs like the operational or the user interfaces part like for create operation, list operation, update operation and delete operation. But let me tell you that you can also choose any other framework like React framework, Vue.js, AngularJS to create your front end. But here I will choose Laravel blade template files along with HTML, CSS and some piece of jQuery code. So this will be a different setup. Now if I talk about backend, our second setup, so it will be used called WordPress CMS. So to interact with WordPress CMS and its database content, we have to call WordPress APIs. So the concept of WordPress APIs came into existence after its version 4.7. So it means after getting the concept of JSON APIs, now we can create a different setup of front end and a different setup of back end, which is of WordPress. So inside this complete course, we'll create a headless application where we'll call our WordPress APIs to interact with database, to interact with content, and we have to use the layout like HTML, CSS, jQuery, and Laravel, the blade template files, and the concept of some authentication into it. So inside this entire course, you will learn a complete idea, complete concept to create a very easier way to create a headless app. Alright friends, now inside this video topic, we'll discuss some concept about project demonstration so that after analyzing this demonstration, we'll get some idea that what type of headless application we'll create using Laravel and WordPress API calls. Let's go to browser. So here I have opened my Laravel 11th version setup and also we can see two links like login and register. Into my next tab, I have opened a WordPress setup. So behind the scene, this WordPress setup and its API calls is calling inside this Laravel application. So if I go first thing first inside this post section, now you can see that we don't have any post inside this WordPress. But we'll create some post not using this add new post button even by going through login and by performing some actions. So it means this application is behind the scene, is using or consuming lots of WordPress APIs, and by using those APIs we'll upload some media files, we'll create some post, update post, delete post, as well as list all posts of WordPress. So let's go and see all about our project demo. So first thing first, if I go and register a user, but before like making this video, I have already created a user. So let's go and click on login, then putting our credentials, click on login. So successfully, I'm logged in into my dashboard of this application. So what next? As you can see that here we have a post menu. So let's click on it. And now we can see that we don't have any post, which means that the post what basically we have stored inside WordPress. So here we have no post, so that's why our grid is totally empty. So what to do? Simply let's go click on add post, and here we can see that here we have form, and inside this form here we have title, post content area, upload some featured media image, then category and draft. So step by step, let's say that first I will create, let's say welcome, post 1, let's say some dummy content. Let's upload a file from here. So simply I'll go and choose this one file category. So these are the categories what we have created inside WordPress. Let's verify one more time. So I'll go here inside these categories, which is inside this post. Let's open into a new tab. And now we can see that inside these categories, here we have mobile, new category, and uncategorized. So these three categories, what we are getting inside this list. So let's say that this welcome post one, I will put inside this mobile category and status called draft and published. So let's say that I want to create this post in published mode. Now after filling all these informations, if I click on submit, so processing, it means now successfully that post now created inside WordPress, and automatically we can see that it has listed that post inside our Laravel application. So this is the post we have created called welcome post 1, some dummy content. Here is the category status and the featured media. Let's go and verify from WordPress setup. So if I go here inside this all post, let's go and reload. And now we can see that successfully post has been created. So I'm going to open into my new tab. Now here we can see post title, post content, featured media, and here we have the status value, and here we have our post category. Now let's go and create one more post. So I'll click on this add post, and here let's say welcome post to some dummy content of post to. I'm not going to upload any featured media this time. Let's go click on category, new category, status, and I will put this post into draft section. Click on submit. Now successfully you can see that our post has been saved, and this time we are getting a default image when we don't uploaded any of the featured media image, and we can see that status equals to draft. We can also see that inside this draft post, here we have only two buttons, that is edit and delete. But in case of published post, here we have three buttons called edit, delete, and post view. So if I suppose click on post view, and now we can see that it has opened the WordPress like the permalink of that post, where we can go and see about its feature media, post title, and all those post content what basically we provide to any of the post. And one more thing, if I go to this WordPress setup, let's go inside media. So we can see that by creating this post also we have uploaded this media image. So inside WordPress, now we can see that this file is also now uploaded. Now here, if I go and click on this edit button, for example, I am interested to upload any new image of this post, simply click on edit button. So successfully, now we can see that all the informations of welcome post to now fetched and automatically filled inside this update post form input fields. Like here we have the title, category, upload file button, status, and the content value. So what basically we want to upload a new featured media or the media image for this post. So let's click on this upload file button. Let's choose this one selected here. And also I want that this post should be in published status. So after updating any of these informations, then click on submit. And now we can see that it has submitted, and successfully we can see that inside this welcome post to our file has been uploaded, as well as here we have post view button, which basically means that our post is in live mode. If I go to WordPress and let's go first and reload here. So now we can see that welcome post to. But in case if I go, for example, this welcome post one, click on edit button. And in this case, if I want to move this post status from published to draft here, click on submit. And once it will be updated, so we can see that now it is draft mode. If I go and reload inside here, so now we can see that this post is in draft mode. Now next operation, I would like to see here that what basically this default delete button is. So here, let's say that I want to delete like this post from WordPress. Now whenever I will click on this delete button, so we can see that here we have some confirmation. It's really amazing that it is asking before delete. So are you sure want to delete? If I click on cancel button, no activity. But whenever if I click on this OK button, so it will go and permanent delete. Remember, permanent delete from WordPress. And how to delete a permanent post inside WordPress, or how to delete a temporary post. So all this concept also will learn inside this entire journey. But for the time being, I am giving you the complete project demo. So here we have deleted this post permanent from WordPress. So click here, and after that our page has been reloaded, and we can see that post now deleted. So if I go here and let's reload, so we can see that only we have a single post inside this post section where this post is in draft mode. Alright friends, now after getting the idea from this project demonstration, now we have the complete concept that okay, this type of application will create inside this entire journey. Now let's discuss first that what will be the course syllabus, that how to proceed to create this wonderful application. So here, as we can see that inside this course, we have two setup. Like our first setup will be of user interfaces, which we have to create using Laravel, Blade template files, HTML, Tailwind CSS, and some piece of jQuery code. So for that, for front end, we'll have a different setup of Laravel, and for back end, as we had discussed, that we have to use WordPress CMS database and its content. So obviously, we have to create a different setup for back end. So here it means we'll have two installation setup. First will be of Laravel and second will be of WordPress. So after installation of front end like Laravel application, then we have to go and install a very basic setup of authentication, and that will be called Basic Authentication. And inside WordPress, we'll discuss like the concept of JSON document APIs. So how to go and use the WordPress APIs to interact with its content and its database. Next, after installation of all these two setup, what next? Here we can see that we have to first create a protected menu. Now you are thinking that why we need base authentication package inside Laravel if we need only UIs. So let me tell you that I want to create a secure application. It means that what the application we create inside frontend should not be accessible without user login. It means by using base authentication package, we are enabling the feature of registration and login. So once user can register after registration, then he can access the application or she can access the application after login. So after creating protected menu, then we have to set up like the layouts, like the couple of layouts, for example, for create operation, read or list all operations, then we have update operation and much more. So then after this, after creating our layouts, then we have to go and discuss about the methods type, because as we know that we have to call list of APIs from WordPress. So for example, if we are interested to call our list post API, so in that case we have to use get request type. To save our data, for example, to create any post inside WordPress, we have to call post request type to that API. So inside this topic, we'll discuss the concept of methods type that we have to use to call WordPress APIs to complete this headless application or to perform all CRUD-based operations. Also, we'll learn the complete detailed process that what is an AJAX request inside jQuery, what are the parameters that we need, how to send our authentication parameters, and much more inside this topic. And also inside right hand side, you can see that here we'll use a list of APIs of WordPress, and inside these APIs we'll get the complete idea, complete concept that how to complete a headless application using a different setup of front end and also a different setup of back end, which is here of WordPress. So you can see that we have to use list categories API, upload media file like get WordPress post. It means all the posts from WordPress, get single post, get a single media file, update post and delete post. So inside this complete course, we'll use like the whole API system of WordPress to complete this our headless application. And additionally, we'll discuss two authentication system. By the help of that, we can complete our all the operations of this course like by using basic authentication and JSON web token. So once we use the concept of basic authentication, it means we have to send the username and password while using any AJAX request, while calling any AJAX request inside authorization header. And these parameters, like the username and password of WordPress, will be base64 encoded. And additionally, we'll discuss a masterpiece concept of this course, and that is how to use JSON Web Token to send our authorization parameter from our front-end application to backend application so that request will be completed. Now next, let's discuss some prerequisite of this course, that is what basically we need in ourselves to go and create this headless application. So let me tell you that you don't need any prior knowledge of anything like WordPress and Laravel to create this headless application, because I will go and explain each and every concept of this course into a very great detailed way. But if you have any idea like how to install WordPress, how to install Laravel, how to work with the Laravel setup, how to go and work with Blade template files, how to work with jQuery methods, so it will be very useful for both of us. But this course is focusing majority on the concept of jQuery Ajax methods and API calls. So if you have a bit idea about that how to use jQuery and jQuery Ajax, then it will be really very helpful. Now let's move to our installation part, so that without wasting any time, let's create our headless application step by step so that we can start its development process. Alright friends, now from this video we'll start our complete journey to create this headless application between Laravel and WordPress. So first thing first, we need project setup installation. So what we have to do inside this video topic, simply we have to download and install our project setup for Laravel framework as well as WordPress. So let's go first inside folder structure. So I'm using XAMPP server. Inside XAMPP server, you will see a folder called htdocs. Let's go inside it, and here inside this folder, I have one more folder, and that will be called headless-apps. Now inside this folder, inside this directory, I will create two separate applications. One will be Laravel and second will be WordPress. So let's go to browser. So I will go first inside and type Laravel installation. Here is the official website, that is laravel.com. Click on this first link, and right now it is 11th version, so scroll down and I will install using Composer. So please make sure that inside your system Composer must be installed. How to check? It's a very basic or simple step. Let's go inside our folder, and if I open this folder into our command prompt to verify all about Composer installation, simply you have to type call Composer and just hit enter. Now you can see that inside my terminal, inside my command prompt, here we have several bulk list of command list, which simply verifies that in my system Composer has been installed. In your case, if you get something different screen, some different types of errors, so simply first of all you have to install before going further into the deep concept of this headless application. So I'm assuming that inside your system, PHP version is okay and also Composer has been installed. So if I go and one more thing, if I type into my system to check our PHP version, so PHP minus V, so I can see that inside my system, the PHP version is currently available, that is 8.2.22. It means I can install level 11th version as well as by using Composer. So please make sure that before going into this course, first these things must be installed in your system so that we can go and install all these project setup. So let's start our Laravel installation. So I will go to browser, Here inside this official documentation of this 11th version of this framework, scroll down. Now inside this we can see a composer command. So simply I will copy. Let's go inside our project terminal. I am inside this headless-apps. Now just paste that command. So this command simply means that we are using composer to create a project of level, and this is our project folder name. So I will call it as, let's say, something called headless WP app. Hit enter. Now successfully we can see that the version that is 11.2.0 now started to install into our system. So we need to wait for a while. And successfully we can see that now this version successfully downloaded and installed into my system. How to verify? If I go into a folder structure, so we can see that inside this headless-apps which was empty, now inside this folder we have one more folder, and that is headless-wp-app. Now here, what I will do, let's go to this folder structure. Now we can see that here we have multiple files and multiple folders. So first thing first, I will go and execute this application to its seats landing page into browser. So how to execute? So before execution of this application, I will first open this application into my code editor called VS Code. So you can choose any code editor. So to open this setup into Visual Studio Code, what I will do, simply let's go inside project terminal, and first thing we have to go inside this folder called Headless WP app, and we want to open this setup into our VS Code. So simply we have a shortcut command called code dot. So after, just hit enter. Successfully, I am inside my VS Code. Now here, what I have to do, so first thing first, I will open this .env file, and first I will change the database driver because inside this whole application, I will use MySQL instead of this default value called SQLite. So how to change this default driver? Simply, let's go and remove and simply type MySQL. And one more thing, let's create a database and connect with this application. So I will go into browser. Let's go inside phpMyAdmin, click on databases, and here I will call level underscore headless underscore WP. I will copy this DB name, click on create button, database created. Let's go inside editor, inside this .env file. So DB connection is MySQL, database host is also okay, port number is also okay, database name, here is the name. In my case, the username is root and password is blank. So successfully, now this application is using MySQL as a database driver and connected with this database. So what next? So I will go inside, let's say, project terminal, and first I will type a very basic command of level, and that is php artisan. Hit enter. Now successfully we can see that here we have lots of commands, which also means that successfully we have installed level application to our project setup. So how to execute this application into browser? So the very basic command to start development server, that is php artisan serve. Hit enter. Now you can see that our application now started at this URL, at this port number. So I am pressing Ctrl, click on this link, and here we can see that an error page after execution of that command. And it's really great that before going further into this deep concept, now the first page we have an error page. Now the question is how to fix that. If I see into its errors, so base table or view table not found, we can see that sessions, it means that behind the scene, this application is searching sessions table into our database, and okay, we can see that it does not exist. So to fix this issue, we have two options. So the first option is, let's go inside project folder. So here we can see that session driver equals to database, and this is the by default value. So the first, like the solution is, simply we have to change from database to file system. Save this file. Let's go and reload. And now we can see that error has been fixed. But this is not the way to fix that actually. As we know that also we have to go and install Laravel authentication to actually complete this Headless application. So instead of using file system, we want database. So once we type database and go and reload, now here we will have some internal server error. So to fix that, let's go inside project terminal. I will stop this development server and then I will execute a command called php artisan migrate. After execution of this command, simply it migrate all the migrations of that application first into our database and dynamically it will create some tables. Let's go and hit enter and now we can see that behind the scene, it has like migrated all these migrations. Let's go inside database, go and reload. And now we can see that inside our database, now this time we have lots of tables. And inside these tables also we can see an interesting table that is called sessions. Now let's go here and reload this time. So, okay, actually development server stopped. So let's go and again we have to start. So PHP artisan serve. Let's go and reload. So successfully, now error has been fixed and also we have installed our Laravel application to this headless application. So what next? Now next we have to install a WordPress startup installation to our local system. So for that, let's go to wordpress.org, which is the official website of WordPress. Click on this button called Get WordPress and we can see that we are on the download page and here inside this page we have a button called download WordPress 6.6.2. So before making this video actually we have downloaded this setup. Let's go to folder structure, one folder back and here we can see a zip file. So what next? I'll simply go and unzip first. So extract all and now we can see that our extract process now started. So we have to wait for a while. Now successfully our process has been completed and here we have our unzipped file means unzipped folder. Let's go inside it and inside this folder we have one more folder that is called WordPress. So what I will do, I will go and Control X to cut this folder structure. Let's go our add root here. I will paste here. Let's go and delete this WordPress hyphen 6.6.2. We don't need this and here we have our WordPress setup. So this setup actually we have to install into our local system. And one more thing, I will go and let's rename instead of calling WordPress, I will call it as let's say WP-app. Now what next? I will install this setup into my local system. So I will just copy the path of this folder structure. So after htdocs, it is inside headless-apps, wp-app. Let's go to folder structure and here I will type localhost. Then we have to go inside a folder and inside that folder we have to go inside one more folder called wp-app. Let's hit enter. Now successful we can see that we are inside our setup config of WordPress. Now here choose your language, click on continue button. Now it is asking about database details. So let's go inside our PHP admin. Click here to create a new database. So let's create as called headless underscore WP app. I will copy this DB name, click on create button, create it. Let's go here, press let's go button. Now next here we have to pass our database name, username. So in my case it is root, password is blank, database host is okay, and table prefix is also okay. Let's click on submit button. Now successfully click on run the installation. Now here it is asking about some basics means basic details of site. So I will pass let's say WP headless app and username for our administrator means WP admin. So I will pass admin as the username and password is also admin. Click on confirm use of weak password. Let's put any of the dummy email address values. So I will pass it as let's say admin at the rate example.net. Click on install WordPress button and successfully our installation completed. Now here we have a step to log in our WP admin. Click on login button. Now here we have our login page to log in into the WP admin. So I will pass the same details here. Let's say admin and admin. Click on login button. So successfully, I am inside my admin panel of that WordPress website. So first thing, I will go and hover over this website title, click on visit site, pressing control here. And now we can see that this is the front end of this WordPress website. Now successfully we have completed two project installation. That is first is our Laravel setup and second is our WordPress setup. Next, after installation of WordPress and Laravel setup, now next we have to create some dummy post inside our WordPress website. So to create dummy post, it's a very simple task. Go inside a WordPress website, click on post module. So we can see that by default it has provided a dummy post called hello world. So in the same way we have a button called add new post. After clicking it here we have to pass some basic informations, and after passing those informations obviously we can create some dummy post for this WordPress website. So first thing, I will go and click on this media, like open link in new tab. So right now we can see that we don't have any media images. So first thing what I will do, I will go inside our folder. So here I have some dummy images of nature. So simply I will select all these images, simply drag here and drop it here inside this media library. Now successfully I have uploaded some dummy images. Now next let's go inside post. Click on add new post. So I will open into new tab, and here let's say nature 1, and I want some dummy content. So to generate dummy content, I have installed a Chrome extension, dummy generator. We can see here. If I go and click here, so it is a Chrome extension called dummy text, which is a Chrome extension which you can install to generate some dummy content. So here I'll just click and simply let's copy this dummy content. This is our post title. Then we have to pass some post content. We have to go inside this like post section. Here we have to set a featured image. So just click on it, go inside media library, and here we have some images. So I will choose for example this one. Click on set featured image, and after passing all these data like post title, post content, featured information, click on publish button, publish, and successfully we can see that our post has been created. So let's open into a new tab, and we can see that our first post, first dummy post now created. So in the same way, let's create some more. So I will close this media library as well as this one, this one. Let's go and click. First of all, let's reload. So here we have nature one. I will click again into this add new post. Let's say nature 2. I will again use the same dummy content. Click on post here, set featured image, this one, set featured image, publish, publish. So successfully, our second dummy post also created. Now let's go and create our last one. So add new post, pressing Ctrl to open into a new tab. And here, let's say nature 3, same dummy content. Go here, click on set featured image, choose this one, and here click on publish and publish. Actually, to create all these dummy posts, I have used my system images, that was our nature images. In your case, images may be different. So successfully we can see that now inside our application we have three dummy posts, including the default post that was hello world. Next, after creating some dummy posts for our WordPress website, now next thing we have to do to install authentication system inside Laravel application. So we have to use Laravel Basic Authentication to go and see the process of login and registration. So to install Basic Authentication package inside our Laravel setup, what I will do, let's go to browser, go to its official website, that is laravel.com, and I will click on the search icon, and here I will search Laravel and Basic Authentication. Now we can see that once we type this keyword, here we have a link that is Laravel Base Starter Kits. Just click on it. Now we are landed on its documentation part. Let's scroll down, and here we have a composer command. So I will copy this composer command to install Laravel Breeze package to our project setup. So after copy, let's go to Prozac terminal, and one more thing, if I go and open composer.json file of this Laravel application, now we can see that inside this require object, here we have three packages called PHP, Laravel framework and Laravel Tinker. And inside this require hyphen tab, inside this object, we can see like here we have some packages. It means we don't have any base authentication package. To install base authentication package, now let's go to Prozac terminal. And here, if I type the same command what we had just copied called composer require level base hyphen hyphen dev. Now let's hit enter. Now successfully we can see that our installation process now started and successfully it has been completed. So once we install, if I go again to composer.json, now we can see that inside this require dev object, now here we have one more package called level forward slash base. Now next, what to do? Let's go again to our Prozac terminal, and here if I type call PHP artisan, hit enter. So after installation of Breeze authentication, now here inside this command list, we have a new section, and that section will be known as Breeze, and we can see Breeze colon install. So what next? To install our Breeze authentication package, which automatically generates some files. So what to do? Simply PHP artisan, then we have to type a command called breeze colon install. Otherwise, we have to go into its official documentation, and here we can see a command called PHP artisan breeze colon install. So let's go and hit enter, and successfully we can see that it is asking that for which framework, which type of file we want to generate. So we want to use, let's say, Blade with Alpine. So simply we have to type Blade keyword, hit enter. So would you like dark mode support? Just hit enter like the default value. No here, hit enter. Now it is asking that which testing framework we want to test. So let's go with the default value. So I will go and type paste here, hit enter. So successfully we can see that our base authentication package now installed into our project setup. How to verify? Let's go and start our development server. So PHP artisan serve, hit enter, development server started. If I go and reload this landing page, remember we don't have any like login and register link to this landing page. But after installation of base authentication, if I go and reload, now we can see that here we have two links called login and register. Now it means that successfully now we have installed authentication system to this the simplest set of Laravel application. So let's go and click on this register link. Now here we have our register page, and here inside this page, here we have some input fields like name field, email, password and confirm password. It means if I fill any informations of any user, automatically this application will create some user, some dummy user into our application. If I go to login page, so we can see that inside this login page, here we have two input fields called email and password. So let's go and quickly register some users. So register, I will pass my name here, you, and some dummy password. Let's say from 1 to 8. Click on register button, password means confirm password 1 to 8. And successfully we can see that after registration automatically I am logged in inside this dashboard. So successfully now we have installed our base authentication package to authenticate user to access this application. So after implementation of Laravel base authentication, what next? We have to add a custom menu inside dashboard. What I mean, let's go to browser, click on login link, password is from 1 to 8, click on login. So after login, I can see that inside this dashboard, here we have a single menu that is dashboard. So as we know that inside this entire course, we'll cover the headless application, which is basically to go and perform CRUD operations with post module. So here, first thing first, we want to like a menu here that will be something called post. So how to add a custom menu here? And remember, these are the menus which will be accessible after login. So how to create? Let's go to editor, And inside this setup, I will open a file that is called navigation.blade.php. Remember, this file we get after installation of this authentication package. So simply, if I go directly inside this resource folder, views folder, then layouts folder, so here we can see navigation.blade.php. Or simply, if I press Ctrl P, navigation, then we can see that navigation.play.php. Let's open this file. Now here we can see that here we have our dashboard menu. So just I will copy, put it here. Now let's create one more and that will be called post. So here it will be post and it will be post. Now next we have to create a route for this. So I will open web.php from routes folder. And as we know that all the menus of this dashboard is protected, it means we have to create post route within this middleware called auth. So here, let's add post route. It will be something called route here, get method. Then I will call post here. And actually, we have to create also a controller class. Let's go inside our project terminal, close that first, PHP, artisan, make controller and let's call it as post controller. Hit enter, controller class created. So if I go and search post controller, so we can see that now we have a skeleton of post controller which is coming from app http controllers folder. Let's go to web.php and I will import so use post controller. So once we import, let's go inside this incomplete code, array callable syntax. So here it will be post controller, and from post controller, we'll call index method. For the time being, I'll go and let's return or something. We have to create first a method called index. So public function index, and here let's echo within h1 tag. Let's say welcome to index method. Save these changes. So I will then go inside web.php and here let's put or define a name attribute of this route and we have used post. So it is post. Save these changes. Now if I go to browser, let's reload. Okay, actually we have to start development server as well. So PHP artisan serve, hit enter, go and reload. Now we can see that after this dashboard, now here we have our post menu. So once we click, we can see welcome to index method. So this route is only accessible after login. Let's try one more time. If I click, copy this URL and now next let's go and log out. And if I try to open our route, hit enter. Now you can see that we are getting our login page. So successfully, now we have added our custom menu called post inside dashboard. So after creating our custom menu, now next we have to create our layout for CRUD-based operation. CRUD stands for create operation, read operation, update operation, and delete operation. So to perform all these operations with post module, obviously we need some piece of layout. Let's go to editor or before that if I go and log in with our credentials, password is from 1 to 8, click on login. So we can see that here we have our post route, but inside this post layout, we don't have any layout, only we have the static message. But if I go into dashboard, so we can see that here we have a proper layout, but here we have the navigation as well as dashboard, and here we have some message. So this kind of layout also we want to use for this post menu. So how to do? Let's go to editor and instead of this static message, let's say return view and let's create a folder inside our views folder that will be something called post and inside that I'll create index.play.php. So I will just copy this index. Let's go inside our resources folder. Then we have to go inside views folder and inside this views folder I'll create a folder called post and inside this post I'll create a file called index.play.php. php. And here, so we have to first inherit or extend this layout so that this layout will also gets used inside our post menu. So how to use that? So first I will go and open dashboard.play.php because this is our reference file from where we get some idea that how to extend our layout. So simply, let's copy all this content, go inside index.play.php and just paste here. Save these changes. Now here, according to adjustment, if I save, let's say post here and here, let's say welcome to post menu. Save these changes. I will then close this dashboard.break.php. So after save, if I go and let's click on this post menu, now we can see that here we have post as well as welcome to post menu. Now after creating this layout, what next? We want something add post button here. After clicking on add post, we want to open a model and as well as instead of this static message, also we want a tabular format. Let's go to editor, open a new tab. So to perform CRUD operations with post module, we want layout, let's say to list post, tabular format. Then we'll have a button, something called add post. So when we click on this add post, it will open a model. And inside this model, we'll have some fields like create any post of WordPress, something called post title, post content, post status, post category, and featured image. It means that this model will contain a form. But after that, inside this list, we'll have all the posts what basically exist inside our WordPress. And inside each post, when we list inside this tabular format, also we have to list two action buttons or let's say three action buttons. So the action button will be first called edit, second will be delete, and third will be preview. So here it means we'll have also a edit button. So once we click on edit button, simply also we have to open a model and inside that model we'll have a form and that form contains our existing data. So here we have to create each layout of this post model step by step. So first I will start with this tabular format that will be our list post layout where we list all the posts what we get from WordPress. And one most important thing, if I go to browser, so we can see that inside this layout, here we have our dashboard menu, post menu, some profile information, post label, as well as a custom static message. So this layout is using some CSS and by default, this application is using Tailwind CSS. Tailwind CSS is a library, but basically this application by default uses. Now what we want, we have to create each layout what we discussed by using Tailwind CSS. So first I will go and create our list layout. So to save our time, let's go to our GitHub repository. So here is the link called github.com/OWT hub. Click on repositories. Then we have to go and click on this HTML help with Tailwind CSS. Then I will open a txt file that is htmlguide.txt. And inside this file, we have all those informations what basically we need to create our layout. So you can choose your own layout, but for the time being, for this course, I am opting this like the HTML layout. So first I will go and copy this, let's say a loader icon. I will just copy this loader icon. Then I will go here. Let's go to our index.blade.php and I will remove this pi12 and here let's paste our loading icon. So once we save, again go here and here we have some piece of CSS code. Let's go and copy all these CSS. Then I will go and let's create a style tag or even we can create a separate CSS file. But for the time being, I will paste all these CSS inside this style tag. Save these changes. So once we do, if I go and reload, and now we can see that we are getting a loader icon. It's really amazing. Let's go again here. Now here we have a like a HTML code which basically add post button. So I will copy. Let's go to editor. Then here I will go inside this post label and after that let's add save these changes. Now next if I go And here we have our post list grid. It means this is the tabular format or the card layout to list our post. So simply I will copy the whole HTML code. Let's go here. And after this loading icon, let's paste here. Save these changes. Let's go to browser. If I reload, and one more thing, we have to hide this icon. So how to hide? Actually, we have used a class called hide element. Let's go inside this style tag. And here, let's say this is the class called hide element, and simply I will call display none. Save these changes. Let's go and reload. And now we can see that here we have our post grid, what basically comes in by the help of this HTML code. So we can see that here we have some featured image which is currently missing. It's not an issue. So here we will have our image. Then we have the post title, post content, post category, and post status. So once we put all this content, let's go again here. Here we have add post model. Now this is a model. Let's go and copy all the code. I'll go then here inside this index.blade.php. After this post grid, let's go and paste. And here, let's do some formatting. So this is add post model. Once we save, let's go and copy. That will be something called edit post model. Let's copy and put it here. Now this is, you can see that these are only HTML code. We are just adjusting inside this index.blade.php. Save these changes. Once we save, let's go and reload. Now we are not seeing anything. So what is the next step? Let's go to our terminal because we have to go and create our build of CSS because we can see that lots of code we have used. And actually one more thing, let's go to browser, and if I press Ctrl U, so we can see that for CSS it is coming from build assets, and this is our CSS file, and this is a compiled CSS file. So as we know that we have added lots of HTML code, so also we have to compile all these classes to generate CSS from Tailwind CSS library. So what we have to do, let's go to project terminal, stop this development server, then we have to execute npm run build so that we can generate a new build file of CSS to read all the CSS of all the HTML code what we have added inside index.blade.php. So once we type this command, let's hit enter. So successfully we can see that it is compiling and completed. Start development server, enter. And once we do, let's go to browser. Let's go and reload. And now we can see that here we have some layout, that is add post button. Then here we have some layout. Currently image is missing, no issue. So here we have two status, that is live and draft, and these are conditional checkpoints. If we get, let's say, a live post or published post from WordPress, in that case this will be visible. If we get post from draft section, this will be visible. So here we have a layout, then here we have post title, post content, like post category and post status. And also we can see that here we have three action buttons, that is edit, delete, and post view. So once we use all the HTML of GitHub repository to our index layout, what we have to do, now let's start the process of customization. So the first task, we want that this button, add post button, should be at right hand side. So what to do, let's go to editor. Then I will go inside this index.blade.php and search for that button, and here it is. So simply let's go and cut this post label as well as this button. Let's create a div, and inside this div I will add a class attribute, and inside this class I will use the classes of Tailwind. So here first I will use flex, then I will use justify between, then I will use call items center. And also one more thing, you have noticed that whenever if I type anything like the class name, automatically it is suggesting that which class I want to use. And this is because actually I have used an extension into my VS Code for Tailwind CSS. So if I go into extensions list, now you can see that here we have like Tailwind CSS in IntelliSense. Now this is the extension what basically I used to get some suggestions, to get some advices, to get some hint from Calvin library. So once you go and install, so automatically once you type any of the class name, automatically all the classes what basically it provides will list, and obviously we can use that. Save these changes. Let's go to browser, reload here. Now we can see that our button is at right hand side. Now next what we want that first we have to fix this missing image. So let's go to our project folder. Then I will go and here we have our image. So I will just copy this image. Let's go to our folder that is inside Headless WP-app. It's a Laravel folder. Then I will go inside this public folder and I will paste it here. Now what next? So simply this image what we pasted, we have to use a default post image for this post. So what to do? Let's go and first rename this file. So right click, let's click on rename and I will call it as default-post.jpg. Let's go to editor, then I will go inside this index.blade.php and search for image tag. Let's go into our post grid and here we can see here we have the image tag. Inside this image tag, right now we have a hash symbol. So let's remove it. And I will use double curly pairs. Why double curly pairs? Because we are inside this blade template file. It's a template engine of Laravel. So also we have the full access to use blade template syntax. So I have used double curly pairs. Then I will use a helper function of Laravel called asset. This function will search any file from public folder. So simply no need to pass public here, only we have to pass our file name and the file name we have called default-post.jpg. So once we pass the file name, automatically this function will search this file into public folder. Let's save these changes, go to browser, if I reload, and now we can see that we are getting our default post image. So what next? I want that whenever I click on this add post button, also we have to open our model, what we have just copied from this txt file to our index plate layout. If I go and see that here we have add post model, so also we have to open because this model, if I open this HTML layout, we can see that create post and it is containing lots of input fields like title, content, upload file button, category, status, and a button. So what to do? Simply, I will go and first let's copy the ID attribute of this button called add post, and also we have to make a separate file that is script.js because inside this course, inside this headless application, we are going to use lots of JavaScript code, lots of jQuery code to call APIs endpoints to get API responses and bind with this application. So what next? I will go and let's first script tag double curly pairs. First, I will add src attribute double curly pairs, and inside this, let's call a file from public folder, and I will call it as script.js. Then I will go inside public folder. Let's go inside public folder, and I will create a script file that is script.js. And here also we know that we have to use the concept of jQuery. So also we need to use a jQuery CDN library file. So how to use? Either we can go inside this txt file, we can see here is the link, or simply we can search called jQuery CDN link. If I go and search, here we can see, click on this link. Here we have the complete file link. Let's copy this script tag. I will just go inside this index plate file and let's paste before that script.js and I will remove this. Let's integrity like cross origin. Let's remove all these things. Now here we have the neat and clean file of this jQuery.main.js. It means now I can use the access of our functions of jQuery. Let's go inside this script.js file and here I'll first call document.on ready callback function. So this is a syntax or you can use something like this like function. This is another syntax or also you can use like this document dot ready and inside this callback function. So you can choose any of the option. So I will go, let's say for this third option. So inside this document, what we want that whenever I will click on this add post button, we have to open our add post model. So how to open? If I go and closely look, let's close first all these files. So if I go and closely look to this add post model, we can see that here we have some classes called hidden. Then we can see that opacity 0. We can see that here we have a scale 90 and opacity 0. Now we have to play with all these classes so that we can go and open our model class. And also, of course, we want some animation when models open and model closes. So first, I will go and copy ID of this button, go here, let's say our ID value of that button, and we have to go, let's use event, and inside this click event, what to do, let's go and copy the ID of model, and it is something add post model, so I will copy, go here, let's pass here, and first I will remove a class that is called hidden. We can see that here we have the hidden class. Simply we have to remove that, and also we have to add one more class like tailwind class called flags. Next, after this, I will add some animation when model opens. So what to do? Let's say set timeout. Then I will use a callback function inside it. Let's pass some time duration 70, only 70 milliseconds. Then I will go here. So first from this model, by the help of this ID, also we have to remove this opacity 0. So I will copy. Let's go here, not here, here. Let's say our model. Then I will go and remove a class, and it will be something called opacity hyphen 0. And one more thing, also we have to remove some classes, that is scale 90, opacity 0 from this transform class. So what to do? I will go and by the help of this model reference, that is add post model, then we have to call a transform class. So from that class, we have to remove two classes, and that will be scale 90. If I go and copy, remove from here, and also we want to remove this opacity 0. So just copy and put it here. Save these changes. So once we save, if I go to browser, Control F5 to hard reload, and if I click on this add post button, now we can see that successfully, now we are able to open this create post model. Now, if I click on this close icon, now you can see that it is not working. So what to do? Simply, what the classes we have like hidden or show, simply we have to revert that. What next? Let's go to index.play.php, and if we see that here we have the ID of this close icon. So let's copy this ID value. I'll then go here. Let's ID close button. Simply click event, callback function, and inside this callback function, first to open our model, we have removed our hidden class, but this time we have to add hidden class and we have to remove flex class. So inside it, let's copy our model, and we have to go and remove a class. It will be called flex this time, and add a class. This time it will be hidden. And of course, when closes this model, we want some animation. So simply let's go and use set timeout. Let's pass a callback function, and after that, let's put 70 milliseconds. And here, let's copy this, our model ID. Then I will go here, I will add a class. This time, the class will be opacity 0, opacity 0. Also, we have to add some classes inside our transform. So I will just copy, put it here, and this time instead of remove, let's add class. Save these changes. So this is the code to open model, and this is the code to close model. Now, if you are wondering that why we are doing this, because by using the concept of bootstrap, these are the features by default integrated. But at that time, friends, remember we have to use one more file, that is bootstrap.mean.js file, and automatically that plugin file handles all about the closing and opening of model. But this time we don't use any bootstrap.mean.js. Here we have used the concept of Tailwind CSS. So this is our custom code to open our model and custom code close our model. Save these changes. Let's go and reload. Control F5. So if I click, now our model is opening. Let's click here. Our model is closing. So successfully, now this is the layout to list all the posts what we get from WordPress, and this is the layout. By the help of this layout, by the help of this model and form, we'll create our post into WordPress. Next, after this, what I will do, as we can see that inside this card based layout, here we have three action buttons, that is edit button, delete button, and post view button. So whenever I will click on this edit button, we have to open our edit model, and that model will contain a form, and inside that form we'll have our existing data. So step by step, so first on click on this edit button, we have to open our edit model. Let's go to editor. So remember inside this index.blade.php also we have our layout for edit model. We can see here. So let's go to browser, and if I inspect to this edit button, we can see that inside this edit button here we have lots of classes. Now inside these classes, let's add a unique class, and by the help of that class we'll add an event, and by the help of that event we'll open our edit model. So what I will do, let's go to editor. First, I will go inside our post grade, and here we can see that here we have our edit button. So inside this class list, let's add btn hyphen edit post. Let's copy this class. After copy, let's go inside the script.js file, and here let's open edit model. Next, after this, let's say dollar. Then here we have document on click event. It means whenever we click on edit button, so this is our class. Let's attach callback function, and inside this callback function, we have to do the same piece of code what we had done with our add model. It means let's go inside index.blade.php. So we can see that inside this edit post model, also we have the classes called hidden, opacity 0, then here we have transform and opacity 0. So what I will do, let's go here. So if I go and see that, so whenever we click on add post button, simply from that model we have removed our hidden class and added a flex class. So in the same way, let's go here. I will copy our model ID. So this is our edit model ID. Then we have to go remove the class called hidden. Let's add one more class, and that is called flags. After that, we want some animation. It means whenever we click on edit button, we want some animation when model opens. So here, let's say set timeout. Let's add a callback function. And here, let's add our timer seconds. It means milliseconds here. Now, not 30, let's say 70 here. Then after what I will do, if I go, so first we have to remove opacity 0 from this edit model. So let's copy this model ID. And here, let's remove class, opacity 0. Then after that, we have to go and search for this transform class, and from transform class we have to remove this scale 90 and opacity 0. So let's go and again copy model ID as a reference. I will put it here. Then I will go and search for transform class, and from that class we'll remove our class called scale 90. Let's go and copy our class scale 90 and also opacity 0. Save these changes. If I go and let's hard reload, so Control F5. Now let's click on this edit button. We can see that now we are opening our edit model. So inside this model, we can see that already we have some form, and obviously these all code we have copied from GitHub repository. So inside this form, we can see that here we have lots of fields, and these fields we can use to put our existing data what we get from WordPress. So also, if I click on this close icon, we can see that it is not working. So what we have to do, let's go to editor inside this index.play.php inside this model, and here we have the close button. So let's copy this ID, go here. So this is open edit model, And after that, let's say close edit model. So document on click event. Then here we have ID. Let's add a callback function. And inside this callback function, first thing we have to remove our flags class and also add a like hidden class. So let's go and copy our model ID. So I will just copy, put it here, then here, let's say remove class, flags here, add class, call hidden. And obviously we need some animation when model closes. So set timeout, function, then here inside it, let's copy our model ID, put it here. So first we have to add a class called opacity 0. Then we have to go and search for transform class. And inside this class means inside this we have to add two more classes, that is scale 90 and also opacity 0. Save these changes. Let's go to editor means sorry browser, hard reload. So let's click on edit button. We can see model is opening. Let's click on this close icon and model is closing. Now successfully we have achieved this add post layout like list post, a card based layout and also the action button of edit post. So what next? Now next we have to work on the API concept so that we get our WordPress from post, and by the help of this grid based layout like card based layout we have to read all the post and put here inside this body. Alright friends, so here we'll discuss the concept of authentication inside WordPress. As we know that inside this entire Headless application we have to use two authentication types to authenticate our API calls, and that will be first will be basic authentication and second will be JWT authentication. So I will start from the first basic concept about basic authentication, that how to use, how to configure and how to authenticate to call WordPress APIs inside our Laravel application. So this will be a plugin which we have to install inside WordPress, and then after that we can easily access all those APIs which WordPress basically provides. Now, in your mind, maybe the question is why we need these authentication system. And it is because actually, as we know that while going through all APIs of WordPress, it provides several types of requests. Means some APIs like using get request type, some APIs will use post request type, put or patch request type, and delete request type. So from all these APIs, when we call our API, which basically uses GET request type, so we don't need any authentication. But whenever we try to call those APIs which uses POST request type, PUT or PATCH request type, DELETE request type, so in that case, we need authentication because these operations, which basically uses database operations at core level. So first thing first, I'm going to install this basic authentication plugin inside our WordPress setup. So what to do? Let's go to browser and simply search Basic Auth WP plugin. So we can see that here we have our GitHub repository link. Then we have some plugin suggestions of WordPress. So what basically I did, I copied this plugin and put inside my GitHub repositories. So just go inside same repo like github.com/OWT hub, and here we have repositories. Click on it. Now you can see that Basic Auth WP plugin. Let's click on it. And inside this, we can see that a file we have called basic-auth.php. So if I open and if I go into this GitHub repository, let's open. Now, if we compare the whole code of this GitHub repository and this GitHub repository, code will be same. So what next? Simply click on this copy icon. All the code we have copied. Let's go to our WordPress setup, WP content, plugins, and inside these plugins, let's create a folder and I will call it as basic-auth. Let's go inside this folder and let's create a file called basic-auth.php, and inside this file, I will put all the content what we just copied from there. Save all these changes. Let's go to WordPress setup and let's go and first reload. Go into plugin section. And here we can see JSON Basic Authentication. So simply, let's go and click on Activate button to activate this plugin so that we can use the features of Basic Authentication from third-party application. And we can see that plugin activated. So successfully, now this plugin we have installed. Now next we have to see that what are the APIs, what basically the WordPress provides, and how to use those API calls. Alright friends, now here we'll start the concept of API analysis of WordPress so that we can easily analyze its endpoints and use inside our Laravel application. Let's go to browser. So inside this WordPress setup, I will first hover over this website title, click on visit site by pressing Ctrl to open into a new tab. So after this project URL, simply I will type wp-json, hit enter. Now I can see we have lots of JSON formatted data. I have used a Chrome extension called JSON Formatter. So instead of seeing our raw data, now here we have some format of those. One more thing, like in older versions of WordPress, like before 7 means 4.7, like to enable the API concept of WordPress, we had to install some plugin. But after WordPress 4.7, now this is the by default feature of WordPress. Whenever we type wp-json, it will open APIs and API endpoints. Now next we can see that here we have, let's do zoom here. So we can see that lots of concept. So after this WP JSON, again I will type /WP /v2, hit enter. Now we can see that here we have namespace called WP /v2. And here we have some piece of route. Let's close one by one. So here friends, we can see that here we have lots of route which basically starts from /WP /v2 /post. Now the question is, what is the use of these API routes? Let's open the second one. So this route, it means WP /v2 /post. It supports two methods called getRequestType and postRequestType. Now what is the use of this route once we use getRequestType? So let's do some experiment. So I will copy this URL. Let's open a new tab. So after v2, if I type post here, means after v2 if I type post by using get request type, so whenever I try to hit enter here, it uses get request type. After calling that, we can see now we have all the posts of WordPress. It means if this API URL we try to call from a third party application using get request type, we can get an array of objects, and those objects will be nothing array of posts of WordPress. Now here, the second method we have called post request type. We can see that the same route called WPV2 post also supports post request type. So if I go inside endpoints, the first endpoint we have for the get request type, inside endpoints, inside second one, here we have post request type. So if I go into this argument section, we can see date here, date underscore GMT, slug, status, password, title, means lots of parameters, lots of values we have. So once we call this API route called WP /v2 /post by using post request type, and additionally, when we pass all these data, it creates a post inside WordPress. Let's close that because it only supports two methods. Now let's open this third one. So we can see that this route has a like WPV2 post, and here we have post ID, and this route supports all these request methods like get request method, post request method, put or patch request method, and delete request method. So if anyone asks from you that what is the means very basic difference between all these request methods, so the simplest like the differentiation between all these, get request once we use when we want to get all the data from server, simply it is used to list all data from server. Whenever if we want to post to save any data to server, so in that case post request will be used. When we want to update some data to server on the basis of any conditions, for update operation we have to use put or patch request type. And to delete any data to server on the basis of any conditions, it means for delete operation we have to use delete request type. So this is the URL. So it means when we call wp/v2 forward slash post, and whenever we try to pass any of the post ID, so when we call using get request type, simply it will get a single post specific data. Next, after get request type, whenever I try to call the same route by passing post ID and the request method, this time we have called put or batch request type. So it means that we are interested to do date operation. And once we call using delete request method, it means we are interested to delete that post from WordPress. So these are the API concept from this by default integrated JSON format data inside WordPress. So these are the APIs and endpoints. After that, we have to consume, we have to use these APIs endpoints by combining the concept of basic authentication inside our Laravel application. So that by using these API calls, obviously, we have to go and list all the posts here. After creating, we have to create a post from here. Once we click on this edit, once we fill all those information, we have to update a post. And once we click on this delete button, we have to delete a post. Now let's get started about our first basic operation, that how to list all the WordPress posts right here inside this Laravel application. Alright friends, now from this video we'll start the concept of API integration of WordPress inside our Laravel application. So the first concept, I will start with this list post integration. Let's go to browser. So from API analysis, as we know that to list all the posts inside our application, we have to call the API route as wp/v2/post using get request type. And this is the URL. Here we have experimented. So simply, I will copy this URL. Let's go to editor. Then I will go inside this script.js file. And after that, I'll use, let's first add a comment line, list post, const, fetch post equals to, I'll use the concept of arrow functions. So as we know that we are using the concept of jQuery, so I will use jQuery Ajax method. Now inside this Ajax method, let's add some properties here. So first property will be our URL. So this is the URL. By the help of this URL, we'll list all the posts, but the condition is we have to use the method as get request type. Now next, also additionally, if we are interested to pass any of the parameters to this URL, so simply we can use this property called data. Now next, here we have called data type. It means in which format we want data. So it will be in JSON format. Then we have called a success block. By the help of that, we read all the informations of this URL. And after function parenthesis, and inside here, let's pass response. So simply for the time being, if I go, let's say console.log response here. And one more thing, right now we are not using the concept of headers because we are using get request type. But as we know that to call our APIs which uses post request type, put or batch request type, delete request type, so to call those APIs we have to also pass headers as a property inside this Ajax method. Now the question is how to pass that. So simply in same as like these properties, also we have like headers. Then after that, it's an object, so we can pass our headers. For example, as we know that we are using basic authentication, so we have to pass something like this called authorization, then colon, then we have to use basic as a keyword, and then we have to concatenate with the base64 encoded value of username and password. It means concatenation. Then I will use b2a function of JavaScript. So the first name we have called username and password. So as we know that inside our WordPress setup, the username we have called admin and the password is admin. Now successfully, now this is the way to pass any header to call this API. So we are using our base64 encode authentication. So here we have to pass basic as a keyword, like the encoded value, base64 encoded value of username and password inside this authorization key. Now successfully, if I save these changes, let's copy this function name. So after, let's say read post, if I go and use that function, save these changes, let's go to browser. I'll go then here, click on inspect, go to console. Now if I reload, Now we can see that by using our API call inside our console, we can see that here we have array of object which contains four object. Let's open one by one. So inside first object, we can see all these informations and this is post number 14. If I go and let's check this means first number index, we can see that here we have post number 12. But if I go inside our WordPress setup, go into our post module, so we can see that here we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go and click on quick edit of this nature 3. And this time instead of published status, I will go and change it to draft here. Click on update. So successfully we can see that now in these four posts, here we have three posts which are published and one post is in draft section. Let's go and reload. And now we can see that this time we are getting only three posts. And why it is happening? Because as we know that inside of WordPress setup, we have total number of posts equals to 4. So why we are getting only 3? Because by default, this URL, it means this URL, what you are using, this API URL only returns those posts which are in published status. If we want all the posts like either in private mode, published status, draft mode, so simply I will use the concept of this data object and here I will pass a key called status equals to any. It means all the posts we want from WordPress. Save these changes. After go and let's reload. Now here we can see that now this time we have total number of object equals to 4 and this time all the posts either in published status or in draft status. So what next? After getting all these posts we want right here in this card format. So what we have to do, let's go to editor. Instead of simple console, let's go to first inside this index.blade.php. I will go then inside this post grid and this is our like the card based layout. So go at the parent label and here let's add an id attribute and I will call it as post hyphen list. Let's copy, go then inside the script.js and here let's say post parent id equals to, and this is the selector of that div. Now next, here inside this response, as we know that we have total number of objects, total number of posts. So what to do? Simply response here, or we can store the informations. Let's say that const posts data equals to response. Then after, I'll use post data. I'll use the concept of for each of JavaScript. Then here I will iterate over each single post. And right here, let's use our card-based layout. So I will cut this layout. It means this layout, and I will iterate over for each. So simply cut from here, save these changes in the inside this index.blade.php. Go here and here, let's say that this will be called single post HTML template. I'll use backtick symbol so that I will use the concept of string literals, and inside this backtick symbol, let's paste all those HTML and simply if I go and copy, let's go and console.log here like inside this post variable. What we are getting, let's check first, save these changes. If I go, let's inspect, go to console, let's reload here. And now we can see that inside our post variable, each time we are reading our single object value. And inside each single object, we have all those informations what basically our post object contains. Let's go here. So first we want, inside this we can see that here we have a status called live and a status. And this value we can read if I go and open any of the object. Inside any of the object, we can see that if we go and scroll, so we can see that here we have our status property. So what basically I do, let's copy this property name. Then I will go here and here, let's say if post dot not posts, post dot status, and if it is equals to draft, then in that case, this HTML will execute. So I will copy this draft span tag. Go here. Let's create some variable here and I will call it as, let's say, draft span tag. Initially it will be blank. Let's go and draft span tag and it will contain like this is the HTML. Now in another case, if I go and copy, let's go check for published status. So here, let's go and open our another object. Let's open it. If I scroll, so we can see that status equals to publish. I will copy, go here. So if post.status equals to publish, so in that case, this HTML, this span tag I will use. So simply I will cut and put it here. Next, after this, let's copy this draft span tag and I will go then here and I will use the concept of template literals. So simply inside this backtick symbol, keep in mind inside this backtick symbol it will work. So dollar, then parenthesis, and here we have our JavaScript variable. So this is draft span tag on the basis of condition either the post is in draft section or in published section. Now next let's go and this is one default image. So right now we are interested to put only the basic informations. Now next here we have the post title. Let's go to browser and for the post title if I go and search inside this object. So here we have lots of information and here we can see inside this title it's an object and inside this title here we have a rendered property. So simply let's copy this rendered property. Then I will go here and here I will again use the concept of template literal. So dollar parenthesis. Then we have to go inside this post object title property, which is an object, and inside this here we have rendered. Now next we have to go and search for post content. Let's go and scroll at the top. So we can see that here we have content and inside this content here we have rendered property. Let's copy this rendered property and this time we have to call. So first I will go and remove this static content dollar like parenthesis. Then we have to go inside post content and rendered. Then here we have like category. So if I go and search, so we don't see any category. Instead, we'll see some category ID. Let's go and search that first. So this is featured media equals to 7. It means that this is the image of media what we have uploaded. And we can see that inside this categories, which is an array, and inside this we have category ID. So this is some kind of different things that we'll discuss after that. But for the time being, we have to actually bind some basic information. So this is our post status. Then we have post title, post content, and here let's go and copy this post status because after this category here we have draft which is our post status. So dollar parenthesis and post status, save these changes and after save, what to do, let's copy this post parent id or even I will call it as list post parent id. Let's copy this variable, let's say let equals to, I will use, and inside this for each block, what I will do after that, let's use append method, not here because it is containing already here. So after that, let's use append method and inside this, I will append this HTML. So single post HTML template. Save these changes. Let's go to browser. First of all, let's close it. Reload. So Control F5. And now we can see that according to our post, what basically available inside WordPress. And here we have four layouts like this is in draft status, nature 3, nature 2, nature 1, and then here we have hello world. Means right now we don't have any featured image, but we'll work over the featured image concept as well as for this category. But for the time being, what the post inside our WordPress, now we have rendered those posts inside our Laravel application. And one more thing, what we can do, we can add the concept of loader. Let's go to editor as we know that inside this index.blade.php also we have here a loader icon. So let's copy or give a last name here. So I will call it as, let's say, page loader. let's copy this class name. Then I will go inside this script.js, and at first time, let's go and search this class. And from this class, I will remove class called hide element, which basically hide our loader. Next, after this, I will just copy the same line of code because this time we are removing this class, but after some time, it means after post load, let's go and add this class called hide element. Save these changes. Let's go to browser. I am pressing Ctrl F5. Now we can see a loader icon and we can see that now all the posts now successfully loaded. Let's create a post inside WordPress to verify. So inside this dashboard, post here, add new post, and I will call it as, let's say, sample new post. And here, let's generate some dummy data. So I will copy something like here. Go here, let's add, go inside post here, let's choose some category. So status equals to draft, not draft. I will choose published status. And also, if I go and choose categories, so let's say add new category. Category name we have to give, so let's say sample, or I will call it as, let's say, mobile for the time being. Let's click on this add new category. Now we have added this post into mobile category. Click on published button, publish. So successfully post has been published, we can see. So if I go into our application, let's reload, Control F5, and now we can see that sample post, and here we can see like a status equals to publish. So we can see that now we have used our first API concept to list all the posts right here inside this application. And one more thing we can do here, that once we click on this post view button, we can open the same URL of each post into a new tab. So how to do? If I go and let's inspect, and before that, first we have to go and console one more time. Okay, it is already consoled here. So let's go into console, and inside each object if I open, so let's see that what is the URL. So we can see that it has provided a property called link, and once we open this link, so it is the unique URL of each post and having this permalink. So what to do? Let's copy this link property, then I will go here and let's go to this post view button. So this is, we can see a button, so let's add a class, or we can make an anchor tag. But instead of making anchor tag, because when we change it, the design will be distorted. But let's add a class here, and I will call it as btn open post view. Let's copy this class. Then I will go and let's create one more event here, that is open post view in new tab, or even into the single tab. So first I will go and let's say document on click event, and here this is our class function. And inside this function, what I will do, first we have to get the link of that. So here, let's add a data ID attribute or data URL. So inside this button, let's say data URL equals to double quotes. I will use our template literals and post dot link property. So simply we have to read this data URL property. So let's go inside this click event function, and here let's say let post URL equals to this. Either we can use attr, like to read attribute value attr. I will call it as data hyphen URL, or simply we can call something like data and into URL. So I will go with this syntax. Now here let's say window dot open. Then we have to pass the URL, so post URL, and we want into new tab, so double quotes or single quotes, or here let's say blank. Save these changes. If I go and let's reload, first I will close this inspect, let's Control F5, and I will let's press this nature 3, click on post view, and now we can see that here we have our post URL. If I go again for this post view, click here for this nature 2. So this is nature 2, If I go here for this nature one, click on post view and nature one. So successfully, now we can see all about the concept that how to list our WordPress post inside application as well as how to control its redirection. Now next we have to work over the concept of featured image listing and also on the category section. But here, one more thing we can notice that on the basis of post status, also we have rendered our label that is live here. It means this post is in published status or this post is in draft status. Now let's get started to work on the concept of featured image as well as over the category title. Alright friends, now to understand the concept of featured media as well as category title, let's go and inspect here. Then I will go into console. Now we can see that here we have our individual object of each post of this list. Let's open our first object. Now here inside this object, we can see that here we have a property called categories. And inside this categories property, look at here, we have category ID. It means also we'll have an API inside WordPress. By the help of that API, when we pass our category ID, it will return category title. Now, in the same way, if I go and search, so here we can see that featured media, right now it is 0 because this post does not have any featured media image. But let's open our second object of this list. And now we can see that here we have category ID equals to 1 and featured media equals to 8. It means inside our JS code, we have to create two different functions and inside those functions, we have to call two different APIs of WordPress. First API will return our category title name and second will return our media URL. So to implement those functions, first I will go into this API list, into this JSON format of API list. So first if I search Control F, let's search for WPV2 categories. So we can see that this is the route of categories. Let's close here. And also here we have one more route that is WPV2 categories. And here we have to pass category ID. Look at here inside these methods, it supports get request type, which means that when we call this API after passing category ID into URL, it will return the category title value. In the same way, if I search for WP forward slash V2 forward slash media, so we can see that here inside the second URL of this list, we can see here WPV2 media. Then we have to pass media ID. Look at here again inside this methods list, it supports get request type, which means that whenever we call this API after passing media ID, it will return media URL. Let's go to our JS file and here after this function, let's create two more functions and this is to get category title name and here let's say const fetch category title and inside this function we'll pass category id arrow function and here I'll use the concept of ajax method again, so $.ajax. Let's define an object here. So the first property, here we have URL, then we have method which is get request type, then we have data type equals to JSON. Either we can pass into uppercase or lowercase. Then we have headers where we have to pass our authorization key. So authorization basic authentication values. So I will concatenate like our username and password of admin panel of WordPress. So admin colon admin. Then we have to go, let's define our success block to read our response from server. So function. And let's define one more block that will be error. So it means that whenever we have any error while calling this API, it will go inside this error block. So for the time being, let's go and console here. So console.log response here. Now next I have to put this API URL. Let's go to browser. First I will copy this project URL, put it here. Now after V2, we want these. So here we have categories. So I will just copy the complete URL. It will like WPV2 categories, and after that we have to concatenate with the category ID. So let's copy category ID. So as we have used double quotes, so we have to use plus sign to concatenate this value. So I want to use template literal syntax. So simply let's go and cut this URL, use backtick symbol, put it here, and then let's cut this value, remove this plus sign, dollar, curly pairs, and this is our category ID. Now here, let's copy this, fetch category title, the function name. Let's go inside here and I will call, let's say, to get category title. Next, after this, I will call our function that is fetch category title, and for the time being, let's go to browser. I will go here and if I check the category title, so we can see that category is equals to 1, which is category ID, and here we have category ID equals to 3, which is also a category ID. Now here, for the time being, to do some experiment, let's pass 3 here, save these changes, and after save, let's go and reload. And we can see that, okay, so we can do one more thing. Let's go inside this fetch post function and I will go and comment this console.log, save these changes. Let's go and reload Control F5 hard reload. And now we can see that successfully. Now that function, what we had created, it is calling one more API of WordPress. And by the help of that API, we have passed category ID and it returns our category title name. Now let's create one more function and that function will return our media URL on the basis of media ID. Let's go here. I will close it first as well. And let's say get media image URL. And here let's say const fetch media URL. And inside this we have to pass media ID arrow function. Then I will use Ajax method. Let's go inside it URL. Then we have headers. Then we have our method type, which is get request type. Then after that, data type equals to JSON. Then we have our success block. And after this success block, let's define one more block for any case error, and it will be our error block and response here. Now let's fill all these properties. So inside these headers, it will be authorization. Authorization, we are using basic authentication. So here it will be basic keyword. Then we have to concatenate with our encoded value of base64. So admin is the username of WordPress administrator and password is also admin. Then we have to go inside this URL. So first I will copy the project URL. Let's put it here. And then after that we have to call WPV2 media and then we have to pass media ID. So what I will do, I will just copy this URL. Let's copy, go here. Let's remove this WPV2 from here because it was 2 times. Let's copy media ID and I will concatenate with this plus icon. Save these changes. For the time being, if I go, let's say console.log, put here the response value, save these changes, and let's copy this fetch media URL after this category title. Let's go and comment that to get media URL and here fetch media URL and the value we have to use. So I will go and uncomment our console.log. Let's go and console.log. I will simply uncomment and for the time being, let's go and comment this line. Let's reload this page. So we can see that inside this second object, I will open and here we have featured media equals to 8. So this value I will pass next inside this our fetch media URL and see that what basically it returns. Save these changes and also let's add a comment line here. Save these changes and if I go and reload And now we can see that that method on the basis of media ID returns an object, and inside this object here we have multiple properties and multiple informations. So we can see that if I go and look at here source URL, let's copy this source URL, and if I open into a new tab, now here we can see our featured media image. So successfully we have called our two APIs inside our two methods, and by the help of those two methods actually we can get our category title as well as our featured media URL. So what next? Let's go and close this function as well. Let's go and remove all these things. Then I will go inside this fetch post because these functions we have to use inside here because we are binding all the data into our post grade. So inside our post grade, we can see that here we have to put our featured media images as well as here we have to put our category title. So first I will bind with the category title name. So let's go here and inside this HTML, what I will do, so inside this console.log post, let's go and uncomment. Let's go and reload one more time. So we can see that inside each object, here we have categories, which is an array type, and inside this array, we have category ID. So what we can do here inside this for each loop block, I will say, let's say, let category ID equals to post our main object dot, then we have to go and copy this property name called categories. If length greater than 0, it means we have some value inside that array. So in that case, let's say post dot categories, we want our first index value, otherwise we'll have some null value. So after getting category ID, what we have to do, we have to call our function what we have created to pass category ID to get our category title name. And one more thing we have to change here, that once we pass our category ID into this function, so after getting our category title name, also we have to return that value from this function. So here, let's use our second argument, second parameter, and I will pass a callback. Let's go inside this function, and instead of console.log, I will say callback, and let's pass our response here. Save these changes, and one more thing, let's go and first uncomment this line. Let's remove this callback. I'll just copy this which category title, and here let's go and pass one more time to see that in which key actually we get our category title. I'll pass 3 here, save these changes. Let's go and reload. And now we can see that inside this ID, not here, I think here. So inside this, we can see that inside this name key, we are getting our category title name. Let's go and let's remove this function from here. Then I will go and let's pass our callback function. So callback, let's go here, comment this console.log and callback. Now next, I will copy this function name. Then I will go here, let's say after this here. So I will call that function fetch category title, and inside this function, let's pass category ID as we have passed the callback, means the callback, which is the second argument of this function. So simply let's define a callback function, and here we'll get the response of this function. And here inside this response, we get the complete object after calling this API. So it means when we use response.name, it will return our category title name. So instead of calling response, let's say category, category API response. Then after that, I will go and cut all these code. Let's cut all these code. Then I will go inside this function, put it here and here. Let's go. Let's say let category name equals to category API response dot name value. And simply let's copy this title. I'll then go here and right here instead of a static value that is sample, let's go remove. I'll use template literal syntax and put it here. Save these changes, but one more case here. In case if we have no category ID, so in that case, that post will not list into our post grid. So what we can do, first we have to check also add a condition. Let's say if category ID, if it is not null, so in that case, this whole function will go and execute. I will cut from here, paste inside this category ID. Otherwise, if we have the null value, then we have to go inside this else block, and the by default category of WordPress that is uncategorized, we have to use for that post. So what we can do here, let's go and copy all these code again, go here inside this else block and pasting it here. Now this time our category name is something the default category name called uncategorized. So it will be uncategorized, and simply let's do some formatting here. I will then copy this category name and just pass it here. Save these changes. So once we save all these changes, let's go to browser and let's reload and see that how it works. And now we can see that inside this first post, category ID means category equals to mobile. Here we have category equals to uncategorized, 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 and uncategorized. It means that our function, what we have created, is working. One more thing we can do to optimize our code, that we can see that means again and again we are repeating this code to actually bind all the data with our post grid. So what basically we do, let's create a common function, and once we create that function, simply after passing some parameters into that, we have to simply bind this HTML code. So here, let's define one more function, and I will call it as bind post with template. And here, let's say const bind post data template. And inside this function, we have to pass our post object, then we have to pass our category title, and also we want our media URL. So for the time being, it is okay. Now what next? Let's go and cut this whole code. So I will cut, and before that, if I go and check some variables, let's go and close that first. So we can see that here we have post data for each loop block. Then here we have the category ID. So let's go and cut this draft span tag. Simply I will cut, put it here. Then I will go and open any of the blocks. So I will open this first one. Let's say category ID. So I will go simply, let's go and cut this whole code up to here. We have cut all the code. Just go here and put it here. So what next? Simply let's copy this function. Then I will go and let's remove this console.log. So after getting category ID, if we have any value inside array, so we have to go inside this callback function, and inside this callback function, we have to pass our post object. Then we have to pass our category, like the category name. Now the same function, if I go and copy, let's go inside else block. Let's remove all these code stuff we have removed, and here just simply call that function post object, and here we have our category name. Save these changes. Let's see that we get any error or if we get our success response. And I think that here we have some error, that is category name is not defined, and it is coming. Let's go. So we can see that category title, but here we have used category name. So I will just copy and replace with it. Save these changes. Let's go and reload. Now here friends, we have one more error, that is list post parent ID is not defined, and I think that this is coming again from that function, because here after creating this whole HTML we are binding right here with this ID, and this variable is not defined inside this function block. So what we can do, let's go at the top, this is a variable. I will copy, go here inside this function, let's pass before this post object, and here before this post object. And one more thing, as we have three arguments, so inside this function also we have to define three arguments. So I can say, let's say HTML div ID or HTML parent ID. Let's copy this variable and just I will replace it here. Save these changes. Let's go to browser. If I reload, and now we can see that this time here we have all the data with our post title, post content, post category, as well as we are getting our post status. Now next we have to work with the media images. So what basically we do, let's go to editor, and in the same way like what we did for the category title, in the same pattern we have to go and work with our media image. So let's copy this function, and before that if I go into here, let's go and console here first. So console.log post, let's say return equals to false, so that after this statement all the code will not execute. Save these changes. If I go and reload, let's go and reload one more time. So we can see that inside each object of post, here we are getting featured media equals to 0. So like this post does not have any media, but if I go into the second object, now we can see featured media equals to 8. So what basically we do, let's copy this property. Then I will go here, let's remove this statement. Now after this category ID, let's say let media ID equals to post dot featured media. And here, now also here we have two conditions, that either it is containing a zero value or greater than zero value. If this property have a zero value, it means that we have our default media image. Otherwise, what the URL of media we get, simply we have to bind with our HTML code. So let's copy this media ID. Then I will go and let's go inside this category ID, or before this category ID, let's say if media ID is not equals to 0, it means we have some media ID value. So in that case, we have to get our media source image URL. So what I will do, let's go inside our callback function, and here inside this featured media URL, let's pass a callback parameter. Then I will go and let's say, let's comment this console.log callback, and here let's pass response. Save these changes. Then I will copy this function name. I'll go here inside this media ID is not equals to 0. Simply here we have to pass media ID. Then we have to define a callback function. And inside this function, as we know that we get a response, let's say that media API response. And inside this response object, we get, let's say, media let media URL equals to media API response dot source URL. This is the property, remember. Now this variable is going to contain the media image URL what we get after calling this API after passing media ID. Otherwise, like we have to use a default media image. So in that case, so first I will go inside this block, and here let's go and cut all these code. Let's go first inside this featured media URL block. So here also we are checking that if category ID exists, then we have the category name, otherwise we have our default name. So in this block, inside this if block, let's copy this media URL and I will pass into this function. And one more place we have to use, and right here after this category name. Now successfully here, if media ID exists, it means we have some source URL. So in that case, we have covered both cases if category exists, otherwise with default category. Now let's go inside this else block. It means we don't have any featured media image. So in that case, we have to also use a default media image URL. So here for the time being, let's say let default media URL equals to, I will put some dummy URL for the time being, it's example.com. So in this case, let's copy this complete block. Then I will go inside this else block and put it here. Now here, default media URL will take place in place of this media URL. Save these changes now successfully. This is the code block when the media ID exists. Otherwise, this is the code block when we don't have any media ID. And remember, inside each block, also we have the block if category ID exists, and here we have the category name. Otherwise, we have a default category name. So we have covered both cases of media as well as both cases of category. Now what next? Let's go to browser and search for a default post image so that if media ID does not exist, so in that case we have to use that default image. So I will go here and already I searched that. Simply I typed default post image. I chose this one and open into a new tab. So simply I will copy this URL. Let's go here and instead of this example.com, just I will put it here. Save these changes. So once we save, also we have to handle this function because right now this function is only taking three parameters, but here now this time we have four parameters. So what we can do, let's go here inside this callback function and simply let's say media URL. And I will then copy this variable, go inside this function block, and instead of this src, let's remove this complete code of blade template syntax. I'll use template literal and here media URL. Save these changes. Let's go to browser. If I go and reload and let's close, now we can see that this time we are getting our images like what we have inside for this post, but here also we are getting our default images. Let's go reload one more time. Now we can see that these two images, it means these two posts have their default post image and rest all these posts like nature 2, nature 1, nature 3. Now these posts have some images what we have saved inside our WordPress admin. Now let's go create one more post without any featured image and see that how it works. So I will go here. Let's go and click on this add new post and let's call it as post with no image. Let's put some dummy content. So I will use the Chrome extension to generate that. Let's copy this content, put it here, and inside this post, let's go and create one more category. So I will go and create a category. Let's call it as new category, and I'm not going to choose any of the featured image. Click on publish, publish. Now successfully, if I open this post, so we can see that this is our post title and it is coming inside uncategorized. Why? Because we have chosen that. Let's go and reload. And okay, actually the category we added is not added here. So let's say new category again. First we have to click on this button to add it. New category, save here. So if I go and reload, and now we can see that post title, post category, and here we have our post description. Right now, this post does not have featured image. So if I go and reload, now you can see that post with no image like post title, post content, and also here we have the category called new category. Now let's go and upload a featured image for this post. So if I go and let's reload one more time. So set featured image, I will just click on this button. Let's choose this one. Click here, save here. So if I save and let's go and reload. Now successfully we have all the posts and this time this post called post with no image as a featured image. One more thing we can do if we go and see that inside these action buttons here we have post view. Look at here, this post called nature 3 is in draft mode and this post or any post we can check is in published mode. So if I go and open, let's open into a new tab post view. So we can see that it is working. If I go and open this draft mode, post status, it is also working. But what will happen if I go and let's log out here, let's reload, it is working, let's reload, it is not working. Instead, we are getting a message called page not found. So what we can do here, we can add a checkpoint, we can add a filter. If the post status equals to publish, so this button will be visible. Otherwise, this button will not be available. So what to do? Let's go to code editor and here we have our button that is post view. So what we can do, let's go and cut here. Let's define a variable. Let's say publish mode view. Initially it will be blank. I will go then here inside this post status equals to publish, and in this case, let's say publish mode view, and I will put it here inside this double quotes, or let's use single quote and put it here. And as we know that here we have used template literal, so we have to use instead of single quote, we have to use backtick symbol. Save these changes. Now let's copy this variable, go inside this template and simply dollar curly pairs and use that variable. Save these changes. If I go and reload, and now we can see that it is in published mode. So here we have post view, here we have post view, and we can see that in this post called nature 3, we don't have any button called post view. It means that this post is in draft mode. So successfully, now this is the complete guide that how to list WordPress post inside any of the application using API calls. So all right friends, now after completing the concept to list all the posts of WordPress inside Laravel application, now next let's move to our another concept that how to create a post from application and save inside WordPress database. But before that, we have to also learn a new concept that how to use CK editor, a jQuery plugin, so that we can easily convert a simplest text area to a rich text area. Let's go to browser. If I click on this add post button, now we can see that here we have lots of input fields, and these input fields are really very important because by the help of these input fields, we create a post inside WordPress database. So here we have post title, post content, post featured media. It means here from here we'll upload our media image. Then here we have post category and post status. Now we can see that this is content where we put our post content. Right now it is very simplest, like it is only a text area, but by using a jQuery plugin, CK editor plugin, we have to convert this simplest text area into a rich text area. So what is the difference? Difference is that we can see like here we have no options like to format our data, to format our input, what basically we enter inside this text area. But after once we integrate CK editor plugin with this text area, so we will get lots of options, lots of formatting options, and by using those options we can format and write anything with the content what basically we provide inside this text area. So what is the process how to use our CK editor plugin with the simplest text area? So let's go to first to this GitHub repository called github.com/OWT hub, same GitHub repository. Click here, repositories. Then I will go HTML help with Tailwind CSS. Then I will open this txt file called html-guide.txt, and inside this file, if I go at the bottom, now we can see here we have a plugin file that is CK Editor 5. This is version number, CDN script. So simply, let's copy this script link. After that, I will go into our blade template file. So index.blade.php. Let's scroll here. So after this jQuery.main.js, let's paste it here. So once we include the CK editor plugin, then I will go inside this script.js and here add CK editors to text areas. Now here, so classic editor, remember this we are using after including a CK editor plugin. So classic editor dot create method to create a simplest text area into CK editor. Now next here inside this we have to use document dot query selector, and inside this we have to pass the ID of that text area. So I will go inside this add post model, and here we have our post content. So let's copy this ID value. Then I will go here and inside this query selector, just paste it here. Now simply we have converted our simplest text area into a rich text area. So let's say that after creating that, if we put any content, so how to read? So to read, let's create one more block that will be a then block, and here it will return some response. And this is nothing, it's editor response. So editor arrow function, and here let's create a window property. So window add post editor equals to editor. So this line simply means that what the editor we have created, like what the CK editor what we have created. So once we put any content inside that, it is returning an object of that, and this object we have stored inside this window object. So by the help of this add post editor, if we want to read our content from this text area from the CK editor, so after using this object, we can simply call that. Now, in case if we get any error, simply let's go inside this catch block and here error, and simply I will go and log into our console. So console.log error, save these changes, save these changes. So once we save, let's go to browser. And if I go and let's reload, Control F5, let's click on Add Post, and now we can see that our simplest text area is now converted into CK editor. Now this is the way. First of all, we have to include our script file. This is a CK editor plugin file. Once we include, then we have to call classic editor create method to go and search that text area to convert into simplest to a rich text area. Then after that, it will return a editor instance, editor object. So simply that object we have stored into global object of browser window object so that by using this add post editor, we can read its content anywhere inside this JS file. Now next, let's go and do one more thing. If I go and click on this edit icon, like edit button, so we can see that also inside this model, here we have our content section. Now this is the simplest text area. So what we can do, we have to convert this as well. Let's go to editor. Then I will go inside this script.js. So this is first for add post content. And here, let's say this is for edit post content. Now next, so here let's first classic editor dot create method to simply convert a text area into CK editor. Let's go and copy the ID. So edit post model, and here I will copy this. Let's say where is the content? So edit post content. Simply I will copy. Then I will go document dot query selector. Here is the ID. It will return editor object. So here let's editor, and after getting that editor object, what we go and do, so simply I will store that instance, that object into a browser global object called window. So window, let's say update post editor equals to editor, and simply in case of any error, simply I will go inside this catch block, and here by using this variable, we can simply go and log our error message. So simply here console.log error, save these changes. If I go and reload, now whenever if I click on this add post, now you can see that text area is working. If I go and click on this edit button, now you can see our text area is working so successfully. Now in this topic, in this very small topic, now we have seen a new concept of that how to integrate CK editor to convert a simplest a normal text area to a rich text area. All right, friends, now let's move to our next topic, that is how to integrate list categories API so that we get all WordPress categories to our add post section. What I mean, let's go to browser. If I click on this add post button, now we can see that here we have a drop down of categories. Right now, this drop down is containing only a static value. So what basically we want that all the categories what we have inside this WordPress dashboard, like inside this post, categories. So we can see that here we have three categories. So these categories we want inside this drop down. So instead of a static, we want these dynamic values. So for that, we have to call a WordPress API call. So let's go first inside our APIs. And here, if I search for WP V2 categories, so we can see that this API, this route we can call using get request type, and whenever we call, it will return the list of categories. Let's try. So if I go to editor, then I will go inside this script.js file. First, I will collapse or close this classic editor, and here, let's say get all categories. So simply const fetch all categories equals to, and here I'll use $.ajax. Let's go here, URL property, Then here we have method, get request type. Then we have headers, and inside this, I'll use authorization, basic. Then we have to go and concatenate with the base64 encoded value called admin colon admin. Then after, let's say data type we want in JSON format. Then we have a success block. So success, and inside this function block, we get our positive response. Otherwise, we have to go inside our error block, which is going to return our error response. So here, let's simply console.log response, or simply we can call it as error. Now here we have to provide our API URL. So I will first copy this project URL. Let's copy, go here, put it here, and after that we have to pass our API endpoint, and that is categories. So WPV2 and categories. So once we save, let's copy this console, and for the time being, if I go and console.log response here, save these changes, let's copy this function name. Then I will go here and call inside this document.ready. Let's save these changes. Let's go to browser. If I go and close this model, let's go and inspect, go into console. So if I reload here, and now we can see that as per the database, as per the WordPress categories, here we have three objects. If I open, now we can see that inside this first object, here we have the mobile category. Inside this second object, here we have new category. And inside this second index, here we have uncategorized. So we can see that inside each object, we have a category ID as well as our category name. So we want these two values so that we can bind inside this add category dropdown. So what to do? Let's go first inside this index.blade.php, and here if I see, so this was for edit post model. Let's open first this add post model, and here we have the category. So here we have id of this category field, that is post category. So simply let's copy, then I will go here, then I will go inside this function, and inside this function, then I will go inside this success block, and instead of response, what I will do, simply let's say response dot for each, and before that, let's say let our post category drop down ID, it means DDID, and also let's say this is for add post model category drop down ID, and this one. So what next? I'll then copy, go inside by using iterate over each object or response, and here we'll have each single category. So inside this arrow function, what to do? We have to get the ID value and the name property value. So here, simply let's say first category HTML equals to, I'll use backtick symbol, or for the time being, let's say single quote, and here first option will be, let's say select category. So here let's say dash select here. Now next I will go, and one more thing, actually we are doing mistake here. First I will go and cut this. Let's go at the top and paste here, because this is the by default option. And once we get all the categories from WordPress, then we have to go inside this loop, so that after this default option we can find all dynamic values. So let's copy this category HTML, then I will go here equals to, plus equals to concatenate value. Then I will use backtick symbol, and here option, closing option, and inside here we want first our category name. So by using this each object category, let's say dollar curly pairs category dot name, and let's go inside this option. Here I will add value attribute double quotes, and here let's say dollar curly pairs category dot id. Save these changes. Once we save, let's copy this id, that is add post category drop down id, and here dot append equals to, and here I will put category HTML. Save these changes. So once we save, and if I go and reload, let's click on this add post button. And okay, we are not getting, I think let's go into console first. Category is not defined, and here we have some spelling mistake. Response here, category, and from where actually we are getting category is not defined. Let's go and inspect first. Category is not defined. Okay, inside here, this is undefined variable. So simply go and replace, save these changes. Let's go and reload. So this time we don't have any error inside our console. Let's go and click. Now we can see now here, and one more thing also we have to remove this dummy category from here. So I will go and remove, save these changes. Let's go hard reload. Click on this add post button. Now you can see that here we have the select option that is by default value. Then we have mobile, new category and uncategorized. So if I go and inspect, so we can see that two types of values. First will be our category name, and also we are getting our category ID. Now the same concept also we have to implement whenever if I click on this edit button, the same concept we have to add here inside this edit category drop down. So what I will do, I'll go here inside this. First, I will close. Let's go inside this edit post model. I'll go and remove this default category. Let's copy this selector. Then I will go and script.js file. And here, let's say, let edit post model, edit post category dropdown ID equals to dollar. This is the ID value. And here simply, let's copy, go here, dot append, and I will add category HTML. Save these changes. So once we save, let's go and reload. First, I will click on this edit post. It is working. Let's close that. Then I will click on this edit button. Now you can see that it is working. Now here also we can use one more API for this post status. We can see that right now we have draft and published. Now if you are thinking that how many types of post status supports inside WordPress, so simply if I go into this JSON format, all the things clearly mentioned inside this JSON document. So if I go and search, or if I go first into this WP V2 post, so we can see that once we go inside this, if I scroll, so if I search status here, so we can see that inside this status object we have all the possible status what basically WordPress provides, like publish, future, draft, pending. So all these things, like either you can mention statically into code, or simply by using API call you also get these post status and bind with HTML. But for the time being, I will go only two status like draft and publish. So please make sure that these are the values like draft and publish, which basically mentioned with the values. If I go and search here inside first, let's go inside add post model. So we can see that here we have our draft as the key, published and publish as a key. So once we change this value called published, this value is not going to save inside WordPress, because as we know, or as we can see that this is enum type, it means these are the supported values. So successfully now inside this video topic, now we have seen that how to use list category API to bind all the dynamic categories of WordPress with our layout. Alright friends, now after integration of CK editor as well as our list categories API, now we have to work over create post API integration. Let's go to browser. So when I click on this add post button, now you can see that here we have the field of post title, post content, post featured media image, post category, as well as post status. So what basically we have to do, simply we have to collect all these data, and by calling our create post API, we have to save all these data to our WordPress. Let's go to editor, and here if I go inside our add post model, so we can see that this is the field of post title, then we have post content, here we have featured media, like here we have input type file, And here we have our post category and post status. So what we have to do, first I will go inside this form tag. Let's copy this ID value. Then I will go here and let's close this function first. And then I will go inside this document.ready. And here, let's say submit, add post form. And here, what I will do, let's say document or simply this is an ID of our form. So ID on submit, let's bind with a callback function. And inside this callback function, what we have to do, we have to get all those data what we have inside our add post model. So if I go here and let's create first an object here that is called post data. And inside this object, we store all values like here for post title. So let's copy this ID value. Then I will go here. So for title, we have our WordPress API key as title. So it will be title. And here to get the title value from this ID. Now next, if we go here for the post content, let's copy this ID value. Then I will go here API key to save our content. It will be called content. And remember, when we have integrated our CK editor, if I go here, so this is add post content. Remember, inside this then block, here we have created a constant that is add post editor. So simply let's copy and here I'll use that object and I will call get data method. So by calling this get data method, what we enter inside CK editor, all those content we get inside this content key. Now next, here we have the next key as status and the status value we get from this drop down called post status. So simply I will copy this ID value and here it will be status. Then we have to go and take category ID. So this is the ID of the select dropdown. Simply copy, go here, and the key we have for the category inside our create API, it will be called categories. And inside this, we have to pass an array. So we know that we have a drop down, and inside this drop down, we have to select a specific category, like a specific category for our post. So what to do? Simply I'll use parse int, which means to convert a string value into integer value. And inside this parse int, simply this is ID of select dropdown dot val method. Then after that, to upload featured media, we have to use a key as per API like featured underscore media. And for the time being, let's say equals to 0. Now successfully, once we click on, like once we submit our form, so this is an object what we are creating on the basis of data called title, content, status, categories, and featured media. So what next? So first thing first, we want like when we submit this form, so while submission, first I want to upload this featured media of this like this post into WordPress. So what I will do, simply let's copy this ID value of this input type file. Then I will go here. So let's say let featured image file equals to this is the ID. I will go at its 0th index dot files. It means we have uploaded any file. So first I will check, let's say if featured media image file, if we have uploaded our image. So in that case, first we have to upload image file to WordPress. Otherwise, simply we have to create post. And inside this if block as well, after uploading our featured media, then we have to get media ID. It means a unique number of that file. And then we have to create a post. And one more thing, friends, if you are thinking that how do I know about all these keys to create any post inside WordPress? For example, title will be the key for post title, content will be the key for post content, status, categories, and featured media. So for any parameters, for any question, simply we have to go inside this JSON document of APIs. So for example, if we are interested to create a post inside WordPress, simply we have to search Control F, then we have to search WP V2 post. So we can see that this is the API route, what we can call using get request type and post request type. Then we have to go inside these endpoints. So we can see that inside these endpoints, inside this first object, this is an example when we use get request type. But here we are trying to create a post inside WordPress. So we have to use post request type. So let's go inside the second object. Now we can see that inside the second object of this endpoints array, here we have post request type. Then we have to go to get the ID of those properties inside these arguments. Now we can see date, date underscore GMT, slug, status. This is the key we have used to upload or to save our status value. Then here we have password, title. So all those properties you can find inside this JSON document. Now let's go and see that how to upload our media file first by using this if block. So again we have to go inside this JSON document, and if I search this time WPV2 post, and instead of post if I type media, so we can see that this will be our API route. By using post request type we can actually upload our featured media of any post inside WordPress. So what I will do, simply let's go here inside this if block. So first, let's say where form data equals to new and form data. So we are creating an object of form data, and by using this form data object, then we have to go and append a key to upload our file, that is called file here. And inside the second argument, we have to pass our value, and this is featured media image file. Simply put it here. Now next, we have to use the concept of ajax request to upload our file. So $.ajax, let's create an object here. So URL, then here we have data, like data, then we have a method. So this time we are uploading some data, so we'll use post request type. Then we have data type equals to JSON. Then after we have headers, and inside these headers, let's say authorization, basic. Then we have to concatenate with our base64 encoded value, username, and password. And finally, after headers, let's say a success block to get our response. And finally, we have a error block. And inside this error block, we get any error if server sends. Now let's first put our value for this URL. So let's go here. I will copy this project URL, put it here. Then we have to go and let's say media. We are using post request type, and inside this data, we have to pass form data. Now inside this headers, everything is okay. Now if I go into console, so let's say console.log. First I will go and put a response here to see actually what we are getting after uploading this media. And after that, save all these changes. Let's go here. Let's reload this application. Then after this, let's click on inspect here. Then I will go into console, and one more thing actually I missed here, that we are uploading our featured media using form data. So additionally inside this object list, inside this properties, we have to add two more properties, and that will be called process data equals to false, and the next one called content type equals to false. Save these changes. Let's go to browser. Let's reload one more time. Then I will click on this add post button, and here we have to pass all these informations to create any post. But for the time being, these informations we are not saving inside database, only we are trying to upload this featured media image. So let's pass some dummy information. This one, upload a file. So I'm selecting a file from my system. Let's choose this one. Let's click on submit button, and I can see that after uploading our file, page has been reloaded. And one more thing we can notice here, that inside this URL, here we have query string parameters. It means that this form is submitting using get request type. And why it is happening? And I think that it is because if I go inside this form tag, so we can see that here we don't have any request method type, and also this form contains a submit button. So automatically the default behavior of any form inside HTML that when we submit, it uses what the request method inside our form tag. But right now there is no request method, so by default it is using get request type. So what to do? First we have to disable its default behavior. So let's go inside our form tag. So here from this code we are submitting. So how to disable the default behavior, default submission of this form by passing an event object and simply event dot prevent default. Save these changes. Now this time the default behavior of this form submission now disabled by the help of this line. Now it will go and execute all this code. Save these changes. Now next if I go here, let's first remove this query string parameter. Let's reload one more time. Click on add post. Let's pass some dummy data. Upload a file. This one. Category. Now after passing all this data, if I click on submit button, so no activity, but if I go into console, now we can see that inside this console, we are getting our media response. It means if I go into WordPress media, let's reload. Now successfully we can see that actually we have clicked multiple times button. So that's why 3 times this image uploaded inside WordPress. Now let's try one more time with a different image. So here, let's reload this page first. Click on add post, passing some data. I will choose this image category. Let's click on submit button. I have clicked one time and we can see that now it has been uploaded. If I go and let's reload this media gallery, and now we can see that successfully inside our WordPress that image has been uploaded. Now the most important thing, after upload, here we can see a JSON response, and here we can see our media ID, that is ID equals to 23. To confirm and verify, let's go here, click on this image, and now we can see that inside this URL, here we have a query string parameter called item equals to 23. It means while creating any post inside WordPress, if we are talking about featured media ID, so ID will be 23. So what to do here, from this console.log, let's say let media ID, it means after uploading our media ID equals to response.id, and here I will call a function called add post, or simply let's call it as create WP post, and inside this function I will pass then this post data object. And one more thing we can do, right now we can see that inside this object, the value of this featured media property equals to 0. Let's update. So post data, and here post data dot featured media, like here is the property called featured media. I will update that value from 0 to this media ID. And successfully, we are sending all this post data to this method, to this function. Let's copy this function. Then I will go here, let's say create WP post, and here let's say const function name equals to, and inside that we get our post data object, and here I'll use ajax method. Inside this, let's pass some parameters, something called URL. Then we have our method. It will be use post request type, then headers. And inside these headers, this time we have to use two headers. First one will be called authorization and second will be content type, because we are sending a JSON object to this API call. So authorization equals to basic. Then I will concatenate with base64 values like the username and password of WP admin. Then here let's say data type equals to JSON, and here success block function, and inside this function we get our response from server, and in case of any error, let's say error block function error, And inside here, let's say console.log and error. And one more parameter we have to add called data. And inside this data, one more header called content type. And here we will use application forward slash JSON. So let's copy this object. That will be a post data object. I'll then go here. Let's say JSON dot stringify. And inside here, simply I will pass it here. Save these changes. Now next we have to put or fill the value of this URL. So I will go here. Let's copy our project URL, put it here, and then we have to called post, and we hit this API route using post request type. Let's verify one more time about our API URL. So if I search for post, now we can see that we have to called posts. So let's add s here, save these changes. Now for the time being, let's say console.log, and here let's pass response here. And one more thing, so while submitting our data, let's enable our loader, page loader. So what to do, I will copy this page loader, then I will go here, and once we click, let's say submit button, simply let's add here. So class file, let's say remove class, hide element. And after creating post, what to do, let's go inside this callback function. Inside this function, so after creating post, simply add class equals to hide element. Save these changes. Let's go here, hard reload. So Control F5. And one more thing, I will go here. Let's click on this post section. So we can see that currently we have 6 posts in which we have a single post is in draft mode. Let's go here and I will create one more post. Click on add post button. So let's say post number, it will be 7. This is some dummy content. Upload a file from here. So this one I'm selecting. Category equals to mobile, status equals to published here. And after passing all this data, let's click on submit button. And now we can see loader has gone. If I go and let's reload, and now we can see that successfully post number 7 now created from our Laravel application by calling WordPress API to WordPress. Let's go and open that first to verify all the content. So here we have title, content, as well as featured media image. And one more thing, we can see that post status and categories also selected. So successfully, now this is the way that how to create a post inside WordPress by using its API call. So we have to do some additional points here. So let's go and remove it here. So instead of means after removing this loader, what to do? I will go and call location.reload. So it means after save, I want to reload our current URL. And also, if I go into this form submission code, we can see that this function we are calling once we upload any file, any featured media image with our post. But in case, let's say I'm not interested to pass any of the image, what to do? So in that case, let's close that simply. And this function, what we created, let's go here and simply inside this else block, let's pass post data. Save these changes. Let's go here and if I go and reload, we can see that here post number 7. Let's click on add post. This time let's say post number 8. This is something dummy content for post number 8. This time I'm not uploading this featured media image. Category equals to let's say mobile here, and this time let's say status equals to draft. Click on submit and page has been reloaded, and automatically we can see that that post now listed inside this post grid. It means that successfully this post has been created inside our WordPress. Alright friends, now after creating WordPress post from Laravel application, now the next API call that we have to use, that how to get single post data, what basically it is and why we need. Let's go to browser. So we can see that here we have listed all the posts what exist inside WordPress. Now the task is, if I click for example edit button of this hello world, Model is opening, but here we don't have existing data. So what we want that if we are interested to update or let's say update any information of existing post, how basically we do simply clicking on this edit button. Then we have to get the existing data after modifications. Then simply we can submit and update those informations inside WordPress. Now, here comes the concept of API call. Simply, when we click on any of the post, any of the edit button, so once we click, we have to call an API inside WordPress, and inside that API using get request type, we have to pass a post ID. So after passing post ID and method type equals to get, we get all those data. And after fetching all those informations, simply we have to put those informations right here inside this model. Let's go inside JSON document first. And here inside this JSON document, as I already told that for any question, for any queries about APIs, all the answers we can find inside this JSON document of APIs. So if I search, for example, WP forward slash v2 forward slash post, and inside here, if I search, we can see that we can call using get request type, post request type, but here we don't have any concept of passing post ID. Let's close that. And now we can see that after this object, here we have the next API route that is WPV2 post, and here we can pass our post ID into URL, and we can see that it also uses get request type. It means that we can get any post, any specific post information by using its ID. So how to use? Let's go to editor. Then I will go inside this script.js. Let's create a function here that is read single post data, and here const get single post data, and inside this function I will pass post id arrow function. Let's use ajax method, and inside this method let's pass some properties. So url, then we have to go and use method. It will be get request type, then headers, it will be let's say authorization, basic, concatenate with b2a, and here we have the username and the password. Then we have to go and use called data, but we don't need this data property because we have to pass this post id into url. Now next here, let's pass data type equals to json. Then here success callback function, a function block which basically read our response. And in case of any error, let's say error equals to, it is also a function, and he will have our error response. So for the time being, if I go into the success block, let's say console.log and response, save these changes. Also, let's go inside this error block, console.log and error. Let's put our URL here. So I will go, let's copy our project URL. I will paste it here. Then we have to pass posts here. And after this post, then we have to pass our post ID. So what to do? So first I will cut and use backtick symbol to use template literal syntax. So backtick, put it here, copy this post ID forward slash dollar curly pairs, and this is our post ID. So what next? So for example, for the time being to do some experiment, let's copy this function name. Then I will go here inside this document.ready, read single post, and here I will call that function, and inside this function we have to pass a post ID. So let's go into WordPress, and for example I want to read this post. So if I click on this edit link, open into a new tab, so we can see 80 number post ID. So if I go and copy this ID, let's pass 80 number here, save these changes. Let's go to browser. If I go and reload, and inside our console, now we can see that on the basis of 80 number ID, which was post ID, we can get a single object, and inside this object we have all those informations. So simply we have to read all these informations, then we have to open our edit model, and simply all these values we have to bind with that model. So what to do? Let's go here. So I will first copy the model ID called edit post model. Let's go here. And inside this function, or what we can do, let's go and pass callback here. And inside this callback, let's say callback here, and I will pass response. So simply after getting our single object response, simply we are passing inside this callback. So let's copy this, get single post data, and here what I do, so if I click on edit button, remember if I click on edit button and edit button exists inside this post list and inside this bind post data template, I think let's go here. So we can see that this is our edit button. So let's give a class here, and class is already added called btn edit post. Let's add data id attribute, data id equals to double quotes. Let's use template literal, and here it will be called post dot id. So let's copy the class name. So I will copy the class name called btn edit post. Let's go at the top of this file, and inside document.ready, here let's say on click event, so document dot on, here we have the id value, so click event id. Then we have to go inside this callback function, and inside this function first we have to get the post id from data id attribute. So let's say let post id equals to this attr. We can use the attribute called data id, and then here let's cut this function, and here let's use that, and inside this at let's say post id. And as we know that this function is also returning or also taking as a callback function, so here let's say function, and inside this function as we know that it is returning our single object response, so here response. And if I go and console.log, let's say response, save these changes. So if I go and hard reload, now this time instead of passing the static value like 18, if I click for example post number 8, click on edit button, and okay, we are not getting anything here. Let's go inside network, and also inside network actually we are not using or getting any ajax request. And why it is happening, if I go into this function, so post id, let's close first this post bind template, this one as well. So post id and get single post id, and here is the url. So what is the error? And here friends, I am thinking that you are seeing the error, but I'm not able to get that. And here okay, I think that instead actually this is not id value, this is a class value. So I think this was our mistake. Let's do update here, save these changes. Let's go to browser, control F5, hard reload. I will open this inspect, let's say at right hand side. Let's go inside console, let's clear first. So I am pressing edit button of this hello world, and now we can see that we are getting that object of that post. Let's click one more time of any different post, for example this post number 7, and here we have our post number 7, our object value. And one more thing, if I go and inspect here this edit button, so we can see that inside this edit button, here we have the post ID, and on the basis of this ID, we are getting all the data into our console. So what to do next? Simply, as we know that once we click on this edit button or any of the edit button of any post, simply we get an object value, and inside this object, we have all those values. Simply, we have to read all those values and put inside this model. So first, we have to get the title. So title we can get, let's go inside this object. So we can get title from this title property and rendered property. So let's copy this rendered, and I will go then here. Let's remove this console.log, or let's comment it here. So first we have to open our edit model, which is means edit model which is opening. So after opening, let's go and copy the id attribute value of post title. So here it is. I'll just copy, go here, it's id dot val, and inside here response dot title dot rendered. And if I go, let's copy rendered. So if I go and for the time being, let's go and put only the title value to check and do an some experiment. Go and reload. And for example, I'm clicking on this 8th number post. Click here, and now we can see that post number equals to it. Now let's go and put category ID. So category we can see that we are getting from this array. So what to do? Let's go here. So I will copy. Let's go first this drop down. Let's copy the ID attribute value, and here let's say ID of that drop down val equals to here it will be response dot categories. So first I will check that inside this object here we have the categories property, and inside this categories property if any value exists, simply it will return the first index value of that, because inside this first index of this array we can see here we have the three value, and this is category id. So what to do? Simply if I go and remove, let's go here, let's say let category id equals to response dot categories, and here we have to get 0 if, or we can check something like this, if length is greater than 0 it's okay, it means response dot categories 0th value, otherwise null value. Now what to do? Let's put our category id into this value. Now next we have to read our post content. So post content we can get from this content property and rendered property. So as we know that we are using here a rich text area CK editor. So remember we have created one more object of this edit post content, and here we have that object. So simply let's copy update post editor. Then I will go here, I'll use setData method, and inside this setData, remember to get data, we have used getData method. Now this time we have to put our data, so we have to use setData method, and here it will be response dot content dot rendered. Let's copy this key and put it here. Now for status, if I go here, let's copy our status ID. Drop down means drop down ID. Here it's ID dot val, and inside this val simply we have to get the post id means post status from this key called status. So simply I will copy, then I will go here, and inside here let's say response dot status, save these changes. After save, if I go and hard reload, let's click on this hello world, click on edit button, and now you can see that hello world uncategorized published status, and this is the dummy content of that. Now let's go and click some another like nature 2. All right, friends, now here we have the complete idea that how to get a single specific post data by using its ID. Now the question is how to get its featured image. Let's go to browser. So we can see that whenever we clicked on edit button of any specific post, we are getting its title, category, status, and the content. Now next, we have to work that how to get the featured image of that post, and also we have to create a image tag so that we can render that media URL. So what to do? So let's clear console first and let's close this model. So for example, I'm clicking on this post with no image, click on edit button. So we can see that inside this console here we have an object, and inside this object if I open, we can see featured media equals to 6. It means each post object has a property called featured media. So after getting media ID greater than 0, simply we have to call a function, and that function will return a media URL. It means featured image URL of WordPress, and simply by using image tag of HTML, we can use src attribute to render that image to make a preview of that. Let's go to editor. So here inside this click event of this button, here we are rendering all the data. So to get media ID, let's say media ID equals to post dot, like here response, actually not post, response dot, and I will go then here and let's copy this featured media, the property, and paste it here. Next, after this, what I will do, simply I will copy if ID greater than 0. So we have this value, otherwise we'll have some null value. So here, if media ID, so it means we have some ID, and in that case, we have to call a function to get our image source URL. Otherwise, we have to use default image URL. Now here, first I will go inside this if block. Remember, we have created a function and the function name is called if I go, so we can see that fetch media URL. So simply inside this function, we have to pass our media ID and in return, it will return the source URL of that media. So I will just copy this function name. Let's go. Now here inside this if block, so fetch media URL, then we have to pass media ID callback function. Let's say media API response, and inside this it will return, remember, the source URL. This function we have used inside fetch post. So we can see that after passing this media ID into this callback function, here we have source URL. So let's copy this line of code. Then I will go here and let's paste. Next after this, then I will go inside this index.blade.php, our HTML template file, and here we have the ID value of that image tag. This image tag, the ID value, so I'll just copy, go here, and here inside this, let's say the selector ID selector dot attr, it means attribute. So we want to put inside this src attribute called media URL. Save these changes, and also if I go and check like the height and width, so we can see that it is height of 100 pixel and width is of 100 pixel. Save these changes. So like this is only the case when we have the media ID greater than 0. Save these changes. Let's go and reload. Let's clear this console. So I will click on this, let's say post number 7, click on edit button. And here we can see our featured media image URL. So actually one more thing we can do here, that we can add a loader icon. Like let's go inside this edit button here, and what I will do, if I go at the top of this page, let's copy page loader. Then I will go here. Let's add loader. So it will be the class here, and let's say remove class called hide underscore element. And once data will be load, what to do? The same class called hide element we have to add into it. So after, let's say inside this featured media URL, I'll then go here and let's say add class hide element. Save these changes. Then I will go here. Let's reload one more time. I'll click on this post with no image, click on edit button. And now we can see that here we have the title, category, status, content, and the featured media image. Now next we have to work for the else block. It means we don't have any media ID. So in that case, what to do? So as we know that we have to simply use the default image URL. So what was the default image URL? And if I go, so we can see that this one is the default image what basically we are using. So if I go and inspect here, let's copy this URL. So I will just right click, let's say open a new tab. So this is the image we are using. So I will just copy this URL. Then I will go here inside this else block. Let's paste that URL first, and I will copy, let's say these two lines of code. Let's cut this URL, and inside this src, simply double quotes or single quote, I will put that value. Save these changes. Let's go and reload one more time. Control F5. And here, first I will click on this, let's say into this beer icon. So edit here. We are seeing all these informations. Now let's click on this hello world. And now we can see that all these informations with default image URL. So now successfully we had seen that how to cover or how to get a single post data on the click of edit button. So what next? So as we know that now here we have our existing data. If suppose I'm interested to update any informations to that, so after like updating any data, simply we have to go and save all these updated data inside WordPress. So what to do? The same concept we have to use what basically we did inside our add post form. Let's go to editor. So here, if I go into our edit model, so we can see that inside this edit model, here we have a form tag. So first I will go, let's copy this ID value. Then I will go here and let's close this first. Then here, let's say submit edit form. So here it will be our form ID. Then I will use on submit. Either you can do something like this or something it will be submit. Then here you'll have the callback function. This is another syntax. So I will use on here, let's say submit function. And inside this function, first I will disable the default behavior of our submit button so that form will not be submitted directly. So in that case, we have to pass our event object and here event dot prevent default method. So successfully, now by the help of this line, actually we have disabled the default behavior of form submission. So what next? Simply we have to create a post object like post data object, and inside this object we have to read all the values of our edit form. So simply to get the value from this title, this is the ID. Let's copy. I'll go here, not directly here. It will be something called title. Then here it will be called ID value dot val. Then we have called content. To get the content, remember here we have our window object that is called update post editor. I'll just copy, go here, dot get data. Then after that, I'll go and copy this category ID. So let's say categories here inside this array, let's say parse int. By using this function, simply we can convert a string value into a numeric value. So parse int, and inside this, I will pass this ID dot val. Now next, let's say status. So the status value we get from this like drop down. So I will just copy this edit post status. Let's go here dot val. And finally, we have to add one more attribute here called featured underscore media. And for the time being, let's say 0. Save these changes. And one more thing, actually, we have to add some more parameters inside this form. As we know that this time we have to go and work over our update method. So to update any data inside WordPress database, also we need update ID so that on the behalf of post ID, we can update its existing information. So what to do inside this form tag, let's create a hidden field, and I will call it as let's say edit post ID, and here let's pass same edit post ID. So I will then copy this ID value, then I will go here and here inside this edit button click, let's say dollar ID value dot val. So by using this response object, we have to simply call ID value. Now this will return the post ID. Save these changes. Let's go and do some experiment here first. So if I go and let's reload, go to console, and for example, I'm clicking on this hello world. Next, after this, if I go and inspect here, so we can see that inside this HTML code, now here we have a hidden field called edit post ID equals to 1, and this is post ID. So what to do? Let's go and copy this ID attribute value. Then I will go here and inside this form submission code, let's say that let post ID equals to, and here the ID attribute got file method. So successfully now this is our updated data, means object which contains all the data, and here we have the ID value. So on the basis of this post ID, actually we have to update all these informations to our WordPress database. And one more thing, also we have to add a checkpoint that if suppose we have uploaded any featured media, so in that case, first we have to upload that image into WordPress, then we have to get the media ID and we have to then bind with this post data object. So what to do? Also we have to go and check that. Let's scroll. Just copy this ID value of this input type file. This is remember edit post form. Then I will go here and let's say let our edit post image file equals to, or we may say object equals to ID value zeroth index dot files and zeroth index. So here I will check that if this object exists. So it means we have uploaded any file, otherwise inside this else block, we don't have any file. So what to do? As we know that right now here we have featured media equals to 0, but this is a default value. So in some cases, for example, if we are updating the informations of this post, so in this case, featured media ID is not equals to 0. So inside this object, what we can do, this is we have taken a default value. So if suppose we are not going to upload any new file inside update section, so simply we have to bind old media ID with this else block. So what to do? Also, if I go and we have to add one more hidden field here, and that will be something called featured media ID. So edit, and here it will be featured media ID. So I will just copy and put it here. Let's go again inside our edit button, and this is media ID. So I will go here and simply inside this ID dot val, and here we have to put our media ID. Save these changes. So let's copy this ID attribute value. Then I will go here. Let's go inside this else block. So post data object dot featured media equals to the default value. Otherwise, let's go. It means this one was our existing ID value. And after this, let's go inside this if block. It means we have uploaded some files. So in that case, what to do? First, I will create, let's say, form data object. So form data equals to new form data. And here, then I will call form data dot append method. We have to link a key called file. And inside this file, we have this edit post image file object. Then after that, we have to use the concept of ajax request so that this file we can send to upload inside WordPress, and after that we can get ID of that. So the same concept we did inside our add post. So if I go and search that, so here we have add post form. Let's open, and now we can see that here we have the form data. We are using ajax request. So what to do? Let's copy this complete code, and then I will go inside this our form submission, and after this form data, let's paste it here. So after this form data, simply we are sending inside this ajax URL, inside this API URL, API endpoint using post request type. So here we have all these parameters, all these properties, and after upload it will return media ID. So after getting media ID, what to do? Simply post data object dot featured media, which was the by default value was 0. Now we have to update the new media ID, and simply instead of calling create WP post, this time we have to call update WP post. And here also we have to pass the media ID. So let's copy, sorry, post ID. So let's copy post ID, and I will pass here first post ID, then post data, and this time not post data, actually post data object. So I will copy and replace with these. Save these changes. And one more thing, in our case, suppose we are not uploading any file, so in that case the same function also we have to call inside this else block. Now next, let's create this function. So I will just copy, let's go and define somewhere. So first I will close all these functions. So here let's say update post, let's say const, this was our function. This function basically accept our post ID. Then we have post data, And here inside this block, what I will do, I will use the Ajax request. And here, let's pass some properties called URL. Then we have data. Then we have method. I'll use post request type. Then here we have called a headers. And inside these headers, we'll have some keys called first authorization. Authorization, it will be called basic. Then we have to concatenate with our username and password. Also, we have to use one more header because this time we are sending our data into JSON format. So content type equals to application forward slash JSON. Then here, let's say success block. Let's define one more block called error block. And for the time being, let's say console.log. Let's say response, or instead of calling response, I will call it as error response. Let's copy and put it here. Then I will go inside this success block. But before that, we have to put all these URLs. So what will be the URL of this update post? If I go to a JSON document, first I will copy this project URL. Let's put it here. Then we have to go and search this URL called WP v2 post, and then here we have to pass post ID. So let's copy this URL, and here let's remove WP-v2. So it will be WP-JSON, WP-v2 post, and after that, then we have to concatenate post ID. So we are getting here. But before copying this post ID, what I will do, let's go and cut this URL. I will use backtick symbol. I will then copy this post ID. Let's say dollar, curly pairs, and then post ID. Next, after this, we have to pass this object into JSON format. So simply copy post data. Then here we have to use JSON stringify, which basically converts an object into JSON string format. And all the things done, let's add one more type here called data type equals to JSON. And for the time being, if I go, let's say console.log, and I will paste the response here. Save these changes. Let's go and check one more time. So here we are just clicking on submit button of edit form. We are taking the ID of like post ID. Then here we have a post object data, and inside this we have the default value of this featured media. Also we are reading that if we have uploaded any file, if file exists, so first we are uploading that file, then we are getting the ID value and sending like inside this post data object. It means we are updating the value, and then we are calling this update WP post data method. Otherwise, if we have no image file, so in that case, we are using the default value, what the default value was inside media, and we are just setting into it, and simply we are calling this function. So all seems okay. Let's go to browser and check one more time. So I will go and hard reload. Then I will go into console first. Let's clear. So I will, let's say, open this hello world, and simply I will call it as hello world updated instead of uncategorized. Let's say mobile will be the new category. Also, I want that this post should be in draft, and also this post content also should be updated. Save these changes. So whenever if I click on this submit button, so here we have some error that is post bad request. And we can see that here if I go and let's open network tab to see the more detailed error. And this is something rest invalid param. I will go and open this window something like this. So we have invalid parameters. Featured underscore media is a not type of integer. So this is something okay. Actually here ID what we are setting, I think that this is the ID which is coming in string value. So what to do, simply parse int, and let's go and wrap inside it. Save these changes. If I go and let's open this window something like this, again hard reload. So let's go and copy, sorry, open hello world. let's say updated. Let's say mobile with a new category, draft here, updated. Now, if I click on this submit button, so let's go into console. I think that post was updated and successfully we can see that here we have an object response, which means that our post has been updated. If I go and reload and scroll to hello world, and now we can see that our content we can see updated, our category updated, our status also updated, and also the title is updated. So what next? Let's try one more time with featured media image. So I will just go and click on this edit button. First I will go publish status. Let's go and upload a file. So choose file. Then I upload this image. Click on submit button. And here we can see that we are getting a successful object. Let's go and reload. And if I go and search for hello world, and now we can see that successfully our post is live, and here we have a featured media. So successfully now we have added one more API concept, one more concept here, and that is how to update our data inside WordPress database. Next, after this, one more thing we can do here, that is after updating any post inside this list, simply instead of console.log, we can reload this current URL. So how to do? Let's go to editor. So if I go into this function called update WP post, so instead of using console.log, simply I will use a line of code that is called location dot reload. Save these changes. Let's go to browser, Control F5, hard reload. Let's say that I'm going to upload a new image for this post number 8. Click on edit button, choose a file, this one, click on submit. And now successfully we can see that after updating that post, now the page has been reloaded. It means the current URL reloaded, and hopefully we can see that now here the image has been rendered. So successfully, we have completed one more operation to this headless application, and that is how to use the API call for update any data to WordPress. Now next we have to work on the concept that how to delete any specific post by using our API call. So what the concept will be simply, I can see that inside each post here we have the button called delete. So whenever if we click on this delete button, simply we have to open first a confirm box that are you sure want to delete. If suppose I press OK button, simply we have to call an API inside WordPress and that API will delete this specific post from WordPress. So first I will go, let's go inside fetch post. And inside this fetch post, we can see that we are calling a function called bind post data template. And inside this function, here we have the complete HTML code. And inside this HTML code, we can see a delete button. So inside this delete button, first I will add a class called btn hyphen, let's say delete post. Then after that, let's add a data ID attribute here. So data ID, data hyphen ID, I will copy or simply let's use template literal, so it will be called post.id. Next, after this, I will copy this class. It's a btn delete post, and here we have the data ID. Then we have to go inside our document.ready. Let's scroll up, and here we are editing our single post, submitting our edit model. Now this time we have called delete button event, and here let's say document on click event on the selector. Then we have go inside this function block, and inside this function first we have to get the post id, which is from data id attribute. So this data id, so after getting post id, what to do, we have to call a function. So first we have to create that, and inside that function we have to pass the post id, and inside that function also we have to call an api. Inside that api we have to bind post id, and simply we can delete that. So first I will go and let's bind a confirm here, so that will take the user confirmation first. So are you sure want to delete question mark, If suppose user press OK, then we have to go inside if block because a confirm box contains two buttons called cancel and OK. So when user press cancel, it will return false value, and when user press OK, it will return true value. So automatically we'll go inside this if block. So here OK button clicked. Now next what to do? Let's go somewhere at the bottom of this file, and here let's say delete post. So simply let's say const delete WP post. This function will take post ID and also it will return some response. So call back here, and inside this let's say $.ajax. Let's go here URL. Then we have data, but this time we have to pass this post ID into URL, so we don't need any data. Let's say headers. So it will be called authorization basic. Then we have to go concatenate with the username called password, username and password. So after headers, let's say data type equals to JSON. Then here, let's say math type. I'll use this time delete request type. Now next here, let's say success block. It's a function. Our success response. Let's define our error block, function, and error response. So for the time being, let's say console.log error response. Save these changes. Now we have to go and put our URL first. Let's go to browser, go inside JSON document. So we can see that this is the same URL called wp2 post. Then we have to pass post ID, and this time we have to call this URL using delete request type. So let's copy this project URL. Then I will go here inside this URL. First I will use backtick symbol, and here after v2 let's say post. Let's verify one more time. So post here, and after that we have to go and concatenate with this post ID. And simply if I go and let's say inside this success block, simply let's say return equals to true. Otherwise inside this error block I will call return equals to false. Now hopefully everything is okay. So let's do some experiment first. So I will copy this delete WP post. Then I will go inside this our document.ready block, and here let's call directly first. So I want to delete a post. So if I go here, let's go and check our post ID. So first I will go inside WordPress, post here. So for example, I want to delete, for example, this sample new post. If I go and click edit link to open into a new tab, so we can see post ID equals to 16. So simply if I go and pass 16 here, remember it also go and take a callback function and it will return a response. So let's say response here. So simply console.log, and I will say response. Save these changes. So if I go and let's reload, go to console. If I go and reload, and okay, inside console we have no response. Let's go to network, and 16. Okay, here we have the 16. I will open this window something like this. So if I go into 16, and this time we are sending using delete request type 16 number ID, and here we have the response. So I think post was deleted, but we are not getting any response into console. So let's go and reload here. So we can see that actually we have deleted and the post will go now into trash. We can see sample new post, but we didn't get any response into console. So why basically it is happening? Response here console.log, and instead of returning true value, what basically I do, let's okay, actually here we have to go inside callback. So that was our mistake, not return, it will be callback, and here it will be response. So this was our mistake. Let's go and pass, let's say true value, and here let's say false value. Save these changes. Now again, if I go and here, let's say this time I want to delete this, let's say nature one, which has the post ID equals to 9 here we can see. So let's go and pass the 9 value here, and let's go and reload. So first I will go into console, let's reload. And now we can see that we are getting true value, which means that our ninth number post now moved into trash section. So we can see that into trash. Now here we have nature one. Now the question is, if I want to delete this post permanently from this WordPress, so what basically we have to do? So we have to pass one more key inside query string parameter, and that is force equals to 1. If I go and search inside this document, so let's go first, close this get request type. Then here we have post put or batch request type. So if I go into this delete request type, we can see that here we have ID and here we have a parameter called force. So if I pass the boolean value equals to true, it is going to delete that post permanently from WordPress. So let's copy this force. Then I will go here, and if I go into this, so simply let's say query string parameter, I will pass force here, and let's pass true value. Save these changes. Then I will go here. Let's say this time simply first let's restore this sample new post. Go published here. So okay, let's go and reload draft here. So let's go quick edit, published, update here. Now in this we can see, now here we have sample new post. Now what basically I want to delete this 60 number post permanently from WordPress. So simply this time, if I go and pass, let's say 60 number ID, save these changes, let's go and reload. And now we can see that we are getting a true value, which means that hopefully that post now is successfully permanently deleted. Let's go and reload. And we can see that inside this published mode, here we don't have sample new post. And also inside this trash, we can see no sample new post. And even if I reload, so we can see that what the screen we are opening, perhaps it was deleted. So successfully now, this is the way that how to delete any specific post by using the API call. Now the same concept, simply I will go and cut this function. Let's go inside this click event, and here OK button clicked. Let's put that here. So post ID, here we have the post ID, and after delete, simply let's go location dot reload, and here save these changes, and location will reload if the response equals to true. Otherwise inside this, let's say inside this else block, simply alert, and here we'll have our response. So this is the case when we have some error which will come from our catch block or the error block. Save these changes. Let's go to browser and let's close this inspect. Control F5, and here let's say that I want to delete this 8th number post which is in draft. Click on delete button. It is asking if I press cancel, no activity. So let's go and click on OK button. And now we can see that page has been reloaded, which means that post is now successfully deleted, permanently deleted from WordPress. So if I go into published, now we don't see any post ID or the post equals to 8. If I again go into this draft, now we can see that our 8th number post was deleted. Alright friends, now from this video let's start our new concept of authentication to authenticate APIs, and that is JWT Authentication, which stands for JSON Web Token. Already we have some idea that how to use basic authentication to authenticate APIs and call inside Laravel application. Now this time we'll include one step more all about a new authentication, and that is JSON Web Token. So first thing first, we have to understand that what basically it is, what will be the token structure, how it can be configured inside WordPress so that we can go and generate a token value to authenticate APIs inside Laravel application. So for all these questions, let's go first to this official website called JWT.io. It is the official website of this token where we can find lots of resources, lots of stuff to go and see its basic definition and the basic uses. So what I will do, let's click on this debugger, or simply if I scroll now here we can see that here we have an encoded section which basically contains a sample token value. This is the token pattern. So whenever we generate a zero token value inside the application, so token will be like this. It contains three segments. We can see here we have the first segment, then here we have the dot, then we have second segment, then we have the dot and third segment. These segments are too much important to create this token structure, token pattern, and to use inside application. So the first segment is basically contains the header information we can see, like the algorithm and token type. Then we have the second information in second segment, which contains payload data. And inside this payload data, we usually store the information of issuer, audience, user information's expiration, and when this token can be used. And the third segment contains the signature of this token value. Now the question is how to use this JSON Web Token inside WordPress so that we can authenticate all about the API calls inside Laravel application. So it's really very simple. Simple, we have multiple plugins so that we can install any of it inside WordPress. Once we install, so these APIs like these setup basically contain some APIs endpoints, and simply we have to call those APIs inside any of the third-party application by using the WordPress username and WordPress password. So once we pass our admin username and admin password, simply it can generate a token value. So by using that token value, we can authenticate to call any APIs from WordPress. So what I will do, let's go here and first go inside plugins. So first I will go and like let's deactivate this JSON basic authentication. So once we deactivate and if I go inside our application, level application, let's go and inspect first. So as we know that basic authentication no longer available inside this WordPress. So all those APIs, what basically we are calling from Laravel application where we are passing our token value is not going to work here. So let's go and reload, go into console. And now we can see that here we are getting some error while calling our list post API, and that is 400 bad request. Now next we have to include another authentication to use here, and that is JSON Web Token. So what I will do, first I will go here and let's open the second plugin or any plugin choose. So I will just copy this plugin name from here, or simply let's click to open it. And once we open, I will copy from here. Let's go inside WordPress, click on add new plugin, go here, search this plugin here. And after search, this is the plugin. Simply I will go and install now. And also, let's go to its documentation of this plugin. And here we have to go and do some settings inside our WordPress setup. So we can see that if we install this like this plugin into a WordPress setup, so we have to use a constant, like we have to define a constant by using wp-config.php. So simply, let's copy this line of code. I'll go into my WordPress setup. Then I will go and open wp-config.php. Let's scroll down, and right after this db collat, let's paste it here. So we have to create or generate a token value. So for the time being, let's copy this token value from here and I will paste it here. Now this is the first constant what we have defined inside this config file. Let's go to documentation again. Next we have to go and use one more constant, that is JWT auth course enable. Simply we have to go and enable our course. So let's copy and put it here. Now, once we paste all these lines, let's go to browser. Then I will go to the WordPress startup. So here we have the plugin. Let's click on activate. And successfully we can see that plugin is now activated. So once plugin will be activated, if I go to WP JSON documentation and if I go and reload, means the URL will be called our application. Then we have to type wp-json. So you should see like the namespace called JWT auth v1. So this is the namespace you get after the installation of that plugin. So simply to call any API of this package of this token. So if I go and copy this JWT-auth v1, let's pass after this wp-json, hit enter. Now we can see that inside this package, here we have the first route as JWT auth v1, which we can access using get request type. Then here we have token, which we can access using post request type. And also we can find like validate. So there are multiple APIs, multiple endpoints, what we get after installation and settings of this package inside WordPress. Now the question is how to use these APIs endpoints so that from Laravel application we can generate this token value, and once we generate, so instead of getting this 400 called bad request, we can easily go and use our WordPress APIs. So simply if I go to the second route called JWT auth v1 token, so simply by using post request type, we have to pass two parameters like inside data called username and password, and the same username password what basically we use to log in our WordPress. So how do I know the concept of username and password? Simply if I go to the plugin documentation, scroll here, so we can see that we can call this API route. Let's do some zoom here. So inside this, so inside here, we have to pass the username and password. So once we pass these data to this route, so it will generate a token value. And this token value, then we have to use in place of basic authentication inside our authorization header. So what I will do, let's go first inside our Laravel application. Then I will go inside this script.js file. And here, first I will close all these functions. Let's go at the bottom. Now here, simply generate JWT token value. Now here it's a generate JWT token, or simply I will call it as auth token. Now it will be a function, and inside this function I will use $.ajax, and inside here let's say URL as a property. Then we'll have method which will use post request type. Then we have data, and inside this we have to pass the key called username, password. Then we have to go and here, let's say data type equals to JSON. Then he will have our success block. So let's say function response here. And for the time being, let's say log and response. Now let's create one more block, and particularly for our error. So error block function. Here it will be error response, and simply console.log. It will be our error response. Save these changes. Now next we have to use our API URL. So let's go to project here. I will copy this complete URL. I will then put it here, and after v1 I have to call token, and here the username of our WordPress admin, it's admin, and password is also admin. So simply for the time being, I will just copy this function, and I will go inside this document.ready, and here let's say create JWT auth token, and simply if I call this function, and let's go here, let's reload this page, and now we can see that inside this console.log here we have an object, and inside this object look at here we have the token name, like the token value, then user display name, user email, and user nickname. So here from this object, we have to use the concept of this token value, and this token value, then we have to go and pass inside our authorization header. So what is the pattern to pass this token value? Again, if I go inside this plugin documentation, so we can see that we have to pass authorization, and inside authorization we have to pass bearer space, and then we have to concatenate our token value. So what to do? So for example, as we can see here that we are getting some error to call our list post API. So what to do? And one more thing, once we generate a token value, let's store that token value inside our local storage of browser. So how to store? Simply I will go inside this function, and after getting response, let's say local storage, then I will use set item method, and here let's say JWT auth token, and inside this second argument of this method, simply let's say response dot token. Save these changes. If I go here, we can see that from this object, we have to call like token property. So response dot token. So if I save, let's go and reload. Now here we can see that token has been generated, and once it will be generated automatically, if I go inside this application, so if I go inside local storage by the help of this project URL from where we stored our like the token, so we can see that inside this local storage here is the key called JWT auth token. And remember, this is the key what we have used inside this set item as the first argument value, and inside this value we have stored our token. So what to do? Simply let's copy this like the key name. Then I will go inside our fetch post method, and here it is. So we are calling our API to get all the posts from WordPress. So instead of using this authorization of basic authentication, what I will do, let's go first this comment this line. Let's say authorization. Then we have to use bearer as per the documentation bearer. Then we have to put a space here and concatenate with our token value. So as we know that we have stored our token value into local storage, so simply to get that value, local storage dot get item, and inside that we have to pass the key name. So once we go and do that, let's go, and what I will do, so first I will go inside this function, and inside this function let's pass callback, and here simply let's say callback, and I will pass true value. It means successfully this key has been stored into local storage. So what to do? So I will go here, and this function we are calling right here, we can see fetch post. So I will cut this fetch post method from here. Then I will go here. Let's pass a callback function, and inside this callback function we are getting a response that will be the true value. So if response, then I will go and call this fetch post function to get all the posts, and also fetch categories function. So instead of calling all these functions directly, now what basically I did, first I checked that our token has been created as well as local storage has our token value. So in that case, simply we have to call all these functions. So these functions we can see that is using like fetch post is using our local storage get item. So the same line of code we have to use to call inside fetch all categories. So let's click on it, go here, and instead of this basic authentication, let's go and use it here. Save these changes. So if I go and let's reload and wait for a while, and successfully we can see that it took some time, but after that we have now all the posts listed inside this application. Let's reload one more time, and successfully we can see that all the posts now loaded. Now this time we have used another authentication, and that is JWT authentication to authenticate APIs. So if I go and click on this add post, we can see that here we have our add post model. So whenever we pass any data and click on the submit button, it is not going to save our data inside WordPress, because inside API call to create our post, we are using basic authentication. So what to do? First I will go here, let's close this switch all category, and here let's close this one as well. And here if I go into our create WP post, we can see that authorization is basic authentication. So just I will comment and use it like this, put a comma here, save these changes. Then I will go here, let's say post number 100, let's go, and actually we have changed our script.js. So first we have to reload, so control F5 to hard reload. Let's click on add post, and here let's say post number 100, this is some dummy content, choose a file from here, let's this one category, we can see category is also coming mobile here, let's say publish mode, click on submit and let's click on it. So it is processing. Let's go inspect. We can check like if we have any error. So if we go into console and okay, here we are getting an error that is 401 unauthorized. And this is while calling our media. Actually, we are uploading our media images as well. So what to do? Let's go inside this the function called fetch media URL, or actually from where we are uploading our media. If I go to the click event of add post, means here it will be opening and post view add post form. So we can see that here we are calling our media, and inside this media API call we are using this authorization. Let's go and comment add this line of code. Let's reload one more time. I will then click on this add post. Let's say post 101, some sample content. Let's choose this one. Category will be mobile. Draft is okay. Click on submit and it is processing, and successfully we can see that our post has been created. If I go to WordPress, click on post, and now we can see that post 101. If I click on edit link, so successfully here we have our post title, post content, featured image, post status, as well as if I see like post category. Alright friends, now finally we have completed this entire journey where we had created a headless application using WordPress API calls and also with Laravel. Additionally, we have included some authentication system. First was a very basic like basic authentication, and second is too advanced like JSON Web Token. Now I want to give some homework to you so that if you complete those actions, so obviously you will get the new things inside this entire course. So what is those questions? Let's go to editor first. So we can see that here inside this JS file, that is script.js, from where we are handling all operations like to create a post, to update a post, list post and delete post. It means all those operations we are handling from this script.js file. So obviously by using this file, we are using multiple APIs called, for example, get all categories, list all post, then we have like save media file, get a media ID, then we have create a post, update a post, delete a post. So I mean to say that we are calling multiple APIs inside the script.js file. And here we can notice that inside this Ajax method, each time while calling all those APIs, we have added a property called headers. And why we have included, because inside this headers we are passing our authorization. In case of basic authentication, we have used basic, then base64 encoded value of username and password. And in case of JSON web token, first we have generated our token value, then we have used authorization, bearer, and the local storage value. It is nothing, it's the token value. Now, my question is, like each time where we have used the concept of Ajax method, again and again we have used like this property to get added inside this object. So I mean to say that is there any global place, is there any like the common place what we can define to actually define all these common properties, so that whenever inside this file if I use the concept of Ajax method, automatically these properties should be added. I think my question was very clear. Like I want to create a common place inside the script.js file, so that all those properties which basically attached with each Ajax call, I want to separate into a common place. Now let me give some idea to you. So by using the concept of Ajax setup is a function. So by using those functions, we can separate the common properties what basically we are sending with each Ajax request. So by using the concept of Ajax setup, simply we can go and separate these headers, so that once we define all those headers, what we need to actually go and send with each Ajax request. So after setting inside Ajax setup, automatically whenever we use the concept of Ajax, automatically it's get added. So how to use Ajax setup, what is the purpose, and how basically we configure and set, it's very easy. So you have to go and learn and implement after completing this entire course the concept of Ajax setup to this script.js file. Now let's talk about our second question. So as we can see that after using the concept of JSON wrap token, like inside this authorization, we can see we are getting our token value from local storage.get item, and it is the key. By the help of this key, we have stored our token value inside local storage of browser. Now let's say that in some cases, if we go and by mistake, if I deleted some, let's say a part of this token value, so what will happen? As we can see that this key is also available and token is also available, but this time token is invalid. So how to validate before using or before injecting any AJAX request that the token what we have stored inside local storage is a valid token. So here it's really very simple to validate what to do. Let's go to our JSON documentation of APIs. Now inside this namespace called JWT-auth/v1. So here inside this API endpoints, here we have one more API called JWT-auth/v1/token/validate. Now we have to call this API route, and after calling we have to use post request type, and additionally we have to pass headers property, and inside headers property also we have to send authorization, then bearer and the token value, and the same token value what we have stored inside local storage. So if suppose if everything is okay, it means if our token is valid, so in that case it will return a positive response. Otherwise, in case of any error like invalid token, like the token expired, so in that case it will return an exception. So automatically, after getting any exception inside the error block of Ajax method, simply we can understand that our token is invalid. So in that case, we can go and simply log a message to display an error message that token what we have used inside Ajax call is invalid. Now here friends, we have two tasks. Task 1 to use the concept of Ajax setup, task 2 use the concept of this validate method. So simply you have to use those concepts to implement or to integrate these concepts inside this headless application. And if suppose you get any help, like if you want any help from me, simply drop a comment that task 1 is completed, but I have some confusion in task 2, or maybe task 1 is not clear, task 2 is also not clear. So simple drop comments. I will go and reply all those comments at first priority. So successfully, now in a very successful way, we have completed the entire journey to create a headless application using WordPress, its API calls, as well as Laravel. And additionally, we have seen lots of concepts that how to use Ajax request, how to go and use basic authentication, how to go and use JSON wrap token, and also we have seen that how to create authentication system inside Laravel. Remember, we have used the concept of bridge authentication to create login and registration so that the post module what we have created inside this application should not be accessible for unauthorized access. So successfully, now we have completed this entire journey to create our headless application by using the concept of Laravel blade template files, HTML, Tailwind CSS, and some piece of jQuery code. And here we have used lots of the concept of WordPress APIs call to complete our CRUD-based operational system. Now at this time, if you are wondering that how to get the complete source code of this course, so simply let's go to github.com/OWT hub, click on repositories. Already we had discussed our first repository from where we'll get the complete idea of HTML layout, and this is one like HTML help with Tailwind CSS. And after this, this is also we had discussed to get basic authentication to validate our API request. And here, this is the complete application code like Headless Laravel app. If I go and open that, now let's verify one more time. If I go into public folder, then I will click on this script.js file. So inside this file, you will see the complete code what we go and typed each and every concept of this course right here inside the script.js file. So this is the URL to get the source link or the source code link of this entire project. And here I have given my lots of time to complete this course so that I can deliver about each and every step of this course so that you will get some idea after watching this to create a headless application. So please give us a thumbs up to this video, subscribe to this channel and share this video as much as you can in your circle so that at least everyone will get a chance to learn from it. So friends, now let's meet to next amazing video, next amazing course. So for this video session guys, thank you for watching and have a great day.